Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, welcome to another edition of Some Extra Sauce, man. My favorite night of the week, your favorite night of the week, where we can come in here and have a good old time talking about Chicago Bears football, plus a bunch of other stuff because we wild like that. We do that kind of stuff. Don't know where the Canadian is, man. Don't know. Maple syrup got him stuck somewhere. You know, he's stuck to some apparatus, and maybe hopefully it's a female, and he'll come here when he gets here. And yeah, man. And I just think I hear him coming in right now. He just got unstuck from that apparatus. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you come in when you want to, kids. You pop in when you want to. But yeah, man, we got a lot of Bears conversation to talk about. The bye week is, I guess, almost over. We had Wednesday, and we got a game coming up next Monday. Still got a little ways to go, and that's a little sad, man, because Sunday's going to come up again, and we won't have Bears football, and that's weird. It's just weird every time. But, it will never get unweird for me. So, hey, man, thank you guys for coming in here. I see a bunch of people in the chat, but I'll let Keds do all the shout-outs when he gets here. But let me go ahead and do the alley-oop in the Chicagoland to my guy, Triple R, man. What you going to do with the rock?
One-handed back and then slam it home, in honor of not only being here with everybody on Extra Sauce, but on, just a Chicago sports time of year where you got the Cubs winning an actual playoff game at home this evening. You got the Blackhawks starting the season last night and play again tomorrow night. Then you got the Bulls coming up, tipping off. And it's like, do we expect a World Series? We hope so. Do we expect a NBA championship? Oh, hell no. Do we expect a Stanley Cup Stanley Cup? That's the actual name of it. And it's like, not really. This team has to mature a bit more. But it's that time of year. But then also, the Bears are coming off of a bye. So the possibilities, the changes of personnel, incoming, outgoing, who knows? But we got that to look forward to for the upcoming, few weeks. But before that, you got that Monday night showdown, national TV, back to the scene of a crime, of the Fail Mary, if you will. So we're going to be talking about all that this evening. So make sure you are subscribed, you are in the chat, and you are participating in the discussion. What up, No Maniacs? And a shout out to all the Super No Maniacs, of which you can find out how to be in a little bit.
Can't you
mute? Muted, kids. Coming in all late and sticky and muted. God damn it, kids.
Welcome. It's Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce. I got a little bit of extra all-American apple pie, just for the for the palate.
Well, but I heard that vanilla ice cream was keto.
It's not, but I would eat it along with it if I had any. I was so mad that I grabbed yogurt instead. You know what I'm saying? Like it was the closest thing. It's the closest thing I could do to vanilla that might be keto. So a little bit of apple pie and some Greek yogurt. You will see me shortly off screen, but the voice will be with you. That being said, man, big love, big shout outs to everybody in the chat. And we are once again triple streaming. Go check out my guy directly underneath me, Sports Chicago style. Give him a like, share, subscribe. Give him a little bit of love. Do the same thing to the man right next to me. Give a like, share, subscribe to the Nomad Network. And then do it again for your boy, Kez the Canuck, right here on YouTube. Like, share, subscribe. Hey, man, look, give you guys a little bit of love, man, as we get this thing rocking and rolling, because I'm sure there's a whole lot to talk about with respect to our beloved Chicago Bears. Maybe some aliens and some outdoorsness as well. But I'm sure we'll get to all levels of madness here tonight. Starting it out with our boy Crimson Yidig in the chat. What's up, Crimson? We are getting closer, hopefully, to a big collective launch of many fine things. Shout outs to my boy, the Immortal Nodge, who's giving me some Senators love out there for the Ottawa Senators. A little bit of hockey talk, man, in the chat. It's already begun.
Hey man, Nodge is tripping.
Oh, word? Why?
He said who would pay $277 American to see 77-year-old Stevie Nicks live in a hockey arena in December? Well, 77 years old. Stevie only got so many performances left, and her fan base, $277 ain't shit to them. You know what I'm saying? They retired. You know, they got businesses that's running itself. They got kids that's sending them to the shows. You tripping?
Tell me lies, Nodge. Tell me lies.
Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
Yeah, I did that.
I feel fucked up for not knowing who. I know I've heard the name Stevie Nicks.
Damn it, Nomad,
It's
man.
a female, man, but I don't know nothing about her shit.
Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies.
Nomad, one of these days I'll take you to musical school and you will learn the ways of the cats.
You gonna take me to musical school? Okay.
Hey,
Well,
if you don't know who Stevie Nicks
is,
is, dog, if you don't know who Stevie Nicks is, I will take you to musical school and you will learn. Damn it.
All right.
He gonna learn you something.
You will learn today.
He gonna learn me.
Yeah, I'm gonna learn. You're gonna learn today.
You know who the Eagles are?
There's another one. Name me two Eagles, Nomad.
Dog, man, you got me fucked up.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. That's fine. I will.
I don't know about that shit.
You know what, my boy Triple R will have to be co-professor because he knows the shit. You know what I mean? I know you know your shit, dog. I know you know you.
I don't know, man. What scrolls got going on right here?
But to tell you the truth, I couldn't name your two Eagles off the top of the head because I always get those people confused with Fleetwood Mac, and it's.
Oh, you don't.
They all look alike. The music is different, but personally, their faces, their names, I don't give a shit. I like the music.
Wow. Okay. So quick Eagles notes. So Don Henley.
Okay. Boys.
If you know what I'm saying, if you know any good boy who watched Miami Vice should know about the fucking Eagles. I'm not like an Eagles fan. I'll just let y'all know I'm like an Eagles fan. But I grew up watching some Miami Vice. Glenn Fry. Basically, everybody who's on the Miami Vice outside of Phil Collins, everybody who's on the Miami Vice soundtrack is basically a retired Eagle with a solo track. And it was
John Hammer.
No, he was the actual soundtrack guy. He's you know what I mean, like the score guy. Yeah,
he was the producer.
Yeah, he was the actual music producer for the show. But the popular 80s music, a bunch of them, them Eagles made a lot of money off Miami Vice. Just saying, Glenn Fry was dope. See, Notch knows what's up.
Yeah, see, I know all these names individually, and if I was on Phone a Friend or one of those dumbass game shows, I would bone up on it. But I know all the music. Just putting names to the music is not my thing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a savant when it comes to that stuff. You are. I spent all of the 80s with headphones on and a tape deck, just taping stuff. I was one of them kids, and you come to class and you're like, oh, kids got the tape, and we would just rock the mixtape. Yeah. I'm the kid who goes to the state in Canada. I'm the kid who goes to the States, brings back the early hip hop for the heads here. They're listening to Beasties. They're listening to.
He's got the plug. He got all the new shit.
Brother, I'm going to Miami now. I'm getting the West Coast stuff from Miami. I don't even know how it got to Miami, but I'm getting Two Live Crew, which is East Coast, but I'm getting NWA and all that stuff. I'm bringing that back with Too Short and You're like, where do you get this stuff, man? I got my links, I got my stuff. So like, yeah, that's all I did as a kid was basketball, soccer, and strangely not so much football as much as I love it. Basketball, soccer, music. That was it. So like I say, no matter we will have when we're jamming with the kids in a couple of weeks, sooner or later, I will have to show you some new stuff.
And shout out
Louis Joyce, shout out. I got him, man. I got him. Don't even worry about it. That happens every time we start the show. We get wild, man. It goes into a wild ass conversation. You never know where that shit's going.
Louis Joyce, no love for no. He
ain't been here in a while, man. So he ain't seen y'all cut.
Right, all right, Lou. Shout out to you. We got you on the Bears talk. Just don't worry about it. We coming. All right. So let me get through some love for these folks, and we'll get into the real deal. Ron Season, the place to be. He's a super no maniac. You should be as well. Big ups to Louis Joyce for joining us tonight. Levante Rogers deep in the chat, and we'll be here all night long. There's no two ways about that. The Scrolls is holding it down. See, he's tired of Hotel California and Real Talk. I'm not a big fan either, but them side joints are dope, man, is what I'm trying to say. Boys of Summer, them Smugglers Blues, them like Glenn Fry stuff, that Miami Vice stuff was dope. I know y'all can't even front on that. Smitty Q's out there holding it down with us. Jay Capone, the Don is with us. The good minister Charles Johnson's holding it down. Dobe 46 is with us tonight, man. Good to see you, Dobe. Let me see who else we got out there. Anybody else to really talk about right now? Mr. Mayhem just jumped in the chat to get a little bit of love. Good to see you. Yes, Mr. Mayhem, we are 500, and that's all that matters right now. So let's get into this Bears chat, shall we?
Well, before we go there, I think we just got pretty human, so I don't need to know unless y'all want to talk about what you did this week. I've been pretty creative this week, and also something else I had going on this week. It just I just something came through my mind. I was like, let me throw this one at Triple R, man. See what it's starting to get a little chilled out, right? Triple R starting to the weather's starting to chill a little bit, and you're starting to have a mind for certain kind of food. So this is one. This is called bone broth soup. And let me put you guys to the side right quick. Before we get into the Bears talk, let's just have a little conversation about some food before we jump into that. A little interesting thing happened to me when I was in Atlanta. When I was in Atlanta, I was selling food, doing the catering business stuff. And I ran into, and I would suggest this to anybody, if you're in an area, a certain area, and you're going to shop in a certain area, I think it's a good idea to get to know the people that do your butchering, if you have a butcher, get to know those people at the grocery store. So anyway, ran into a guy, it was a small grocery store chain, but there was a butcher shop inside it. And the guy was real, real cool, man, real people person. And we got so cool that he would let me know ahead of time when he had certain things available. And so he was the owner, Trips, and the butcher. And so he worked all around the store. He just one of those guys that just loved what he did. And anyway, he called me up one day. He was like, "Hey, dog, I got some beef shanks down here, man. Would you be interested in them?" I was like, what are they? Are they on sales? He was like, "No, dude, I'm giving them to you." He said, I made some cuts for some other stuff, and this stuff is kind of going to go to waste. I don't think I can sell them, blah, 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 blah. And so I went in there, and he told me a couple of things about, hey, you ever tried bone broth soup? And I was just like, is that anything related to beef soup? He's like, kind of similar, but not the same. And so basically what you see here, Triple R, you can describe what you see here. Let me shut up.
All right, let's see. You got a pot of some delicious warmy fall autumn goodness. All right, so the thing about the beef bones is the marrow on the inside. That has a lot of nutrients, and if you prepare it right, it's very tasty. A lot of the fancier restaurants will cut it in half and grill it, and then serve that as like an appetizer or something, the bone marrow. But in the case of this soup, the broth, the hot water, the bath that the bones are in boils the marrow out and flavors the soup with all those nutrients and flavors. That's why it's that color. And then you have the carrots, which provide a natural sweetness when they're cooking, especially slowly. Then you have some potatoes in there. You have onions, and the potatoes, when they're cooking, they're absorbing the broth, so those are flavorful. Then you drop in like a bay leaf, some salt, pepper. You keep the seasonings minimal because when you're eating broth, it could be, because of an illness, you want something smooth and easy on the tummy, so you don't want too many spices or seasonings, but just the natural flavor of the beef, just slow simmered. This is not a fast cooking dish right here. You want to let that simmer for several hours. You can add water, or you can add chicken broth or beef broth if you have that, if you want to just put additional layer flavor into it. But plain water will do, as the vegetables as well as the beef will season it. And it's kind of greasy. It's kind of, how would you describe that taste like? It's like a hamburger soup with no hamburger.
I'd say like steak soup, maybe.
Down in the left-hand corner, you see the dry ingredients. I didn't do a good job of highlighting that. It's kind of sitting there in the corner of the left-hand side of the screen. Those are the dry ingredients. And what you see on there that's green, you see a bay leaf. If you look there really, really close, I think Trish just that. And also in the corner is rosemary. And so that's rosemary. Nice little leaf of rosemary there, a nice little stem of rosemary. And that is going to take those two ingredients right there, along with the onions, the rosemary, the bay leaf, is going to take it where it needs to go, along with the beef broth and everything that you put in there. Everything is going to come together in that pot, man. This is it's a tremendous soup. It's probably one of the best soups I ever ate in my life, and I love.
Now, also, don't think that you're limited to those ingredients, because you can put in anything in the garden. Mushrooms, potatoes I thought those were potatoes down there in the bottom under the submerged. Okay, that's onion. But yeah, potatoes, mushrooms, radishes. Think of something that you grow in the garden. You can put it vegetable wise. It can go into.
Yeah, you could put celery in this for a little bit of salt as well. This way you don't have to put additional salt in there.
Broccoli.
Yeah, I would love this. This is like my favorite type of food. Period, man. I would love a pot of this right now. To be frank with you.
Oh man,
love this stuff.
The temperature outside just calling my name, and that's probably what Trish thought.
Well, first of all, when you brought the subject up, I was kind of pissed off because I was mad because I had to break down and turn on the heat. I had to put it at 69. Nice. But it had a little chill in the around, and it was like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And it's like, I like air conditioning kind of chill, but not when it's down to like 62. It's like, oh, that's getting cold. So, and it's like I could either put on more clothes, but we know that's not going to happen. So
that's the way to go. If you're trying to be conservative with your bill and shit, just do it later.
It was, but it's still early. I'm not in the mindset of having to put on, long pants and wear socks or hoodies, and so I'm not in that mode. I'm not in the soup mode yet. I'm still trying to hold on to the last remnants of summer by doing summer stuff, like being half dressed.
Hey man, listen, this is just you didn't really get a chance to get a real serious take on this, but this ain't nothing but medicine in the pot to me.
Yeah, it is,
brother. If I get a sniffle, this is where it's at. I'm in the kitchen whipping basically exactly this up into existence. I'll find me some beef somewhere, or even chicken. Very close. If I got no beef, damn it, just a little bit of meat will do. Throw that in there. Carrots, celery, some spices, maybe some good pepper in there. You know what I mean? Some good pepper, some even chili pepper. I don't care, whatever it's at, whatever's around.
I'm about to fuck your head up, kids. What happens if you threw a pack of rice noodles in there? What does that turn into?
It turns into even better soup. It'll stick to you longer. But
but I mean that's basically a fa.
But you don't need
it's a fa.
You don't need that though. You don't need that. You don't need that at all.
No, but that's what phi is.
He's right. He's 1,000,000,000%. But that's exactly what I would do. I'm just looking at my cupboards, man. If I got noodles floating around, it's going in there.
If you're somebody trying to manage your weight, say somebody that's trying to lose a couple pounds and trying to maintain it through the winter, and I'm a sweaty person in the summer because I'm working all kinds of stuff outside. And in the winter, usually most people start picking up a couple of pounds. That's the last thing you want to put in there is anything starchy. So if you can do it without putting that shit in there, that's good. But if that's what you got to have, that's what you got to have. People like cornbread and shit like that, some kind of bread, But I'm cool with it if that's what other people do. It's just not me.
So you don't use any bread or any no. You're saying no noodles, no. What about potatoes? You put potatoes in yours?
Maybe. If it's some in the house, most of the time we don't carry potatoes. If I grew them and we got a surplus of them, which we don't this year, no, I ain't putting it in there.
You know what makes me fucking mad? Pardon my French. When people say that carrots are starches, and they are, and it just makes me mad because I love carrots, man.
No, it's not. It's not really.
It is, but I love like
really, bro. It's a low ass. You can get more starch in a bean, bro.
I love me some carrots. I don't know what it is about carrots. Always have, always will. Might have to do with Bugs Bunny in my early days, but I'm a sucker for some carrots, man. Especially cooked carrots, boiled into a stew, into a soup. Oh boy, I'm in. Let's go.
And also don't forget a splash of Worcestershire and soy sauce up in there too.
See me, y'all know that who's your sister? I don't mess with it like that, but maybe I should. Oh, see, Louis Joyce,
you gotta try it out.
I'm gonna. I have some in the fridge. I'll try throwing that in my soup.
To top this off, I'm gonna put some Tabasco or something in there just to give it a little.
Yeah, a little sriracha, a little something.
Yeah.
That's what you want. You want the sriracha if you can handle it. Some folks can't. It is an acquired heat. It'll take you a couple of goes before you're really used to siracha. The other one that really makes it fa or faux, depending on how you want to pronounce it, is what is the sauce? Is it
oyster sauce or fish sauce?
Poison. You got it. Oh, the fish sauce is that's the one though. That's why you need to put fish sauce in everything. I'll
tell you something else, kids, and I think I said this a couple weeks ago on the show. But even in this dish right here, I would not be afraid to throw shrimp sauce in this, shrimp paste in there, just to give it another layer of flavor. Because it's all about the flavor. For me, that broth in that spoon is all about the flavor. All the other little ingredients in there, that's fun to eat those up, but it's all about the medicine. The medicine is in the broth. All the nutrients are getting sucked out of the vegetables and everything else you got in there. It's all in the broth. And the more flavor you can add to it, I'm telling you guys, shrimp paste, you can put that in almost anything and it will hype that fucking dish up. I'm telling you guys.
Shrimp paste it's very similar to fish paste. And not only are the vegetables contributing to the broth, but the broth is being absorbed by those vegetables as well. So there's a nice cross contamination, if you will, of nutrients and flavors. And like to Nomad's point, every level of umami, the levels of flavor, tickles a different taste bud, will touch a different part of your tongue. Will dance off your lips or the back of your throat, just so. So it's a good compliment when you let all of the flavors marry for as long as possible on a very low, gentle simmer, not a boil, just a simmer. And you just want that nice, slow, flavorful melding of flavors and health and nutrition. To Nomad's point as well, that, this is a good, it has protein, it has vegetables, it has the seasonings and spices. You got to have a little salt and pepper. And then you got your quasi starch with the carrots and potatoes if you add them.
I'm just laughing out Kenny. Shout out to Kenny. He came in with a timely pause, man.
His throat beat him to it, man. He can't say nothing no more, man. I swear. Hey, you know what, man? Hey, there's an old saying go before we get out of this subject here and get into some bears. There's an old saying around my community. Don't bring flowers to a funeral. Bring them soup when they're sick. Take care of them ahead of time and you won't go to the funeral. So when you want a loved one or somebody a little older in your family or in your community, you want to look after them. I'm telling you right now, this is medicine in a pot right here.
With me, man, I don't know if anybody else wants my soup because I
Probably
make
be
my
doing too much. Don't you know how to
Oh,
do?
that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not my soup ain't really like for the community. You know what I'm saying? It's for kids.
If you're gonna make it for multiple people,
it's got some fire in there, and the community might buy.
So you're gonna make a pot of soup just for yourself, or you're gonna make it for people to enjoy?
My brother, I will make it won't be a big pot. It'll be a little bit smaller than this, but I will crush that over the course of the next couple of days. Because my wife hates soup. You know, just to let y'all know, she's not in with the soup. My son would eat the soup, but he's in Calgary. My daughter don't live here no more. So.
Do you know how to taper it off if you have to give that to somebody that needs it?
Yes.
All right.
That just defeats the purpose. You know what I mean? Like if the purpose is to make it for somebody else, I'll do it. It's just like even with the salt, like I don't put salt in my soup. I very specifically put celery in. The celery will add the little salt content that you require. I don't put additional salt in there to keep the salt content low, because you will get salt again from other things, being the meats and the celery too. A little bit of garlic in there. It just really means that I've got to taper down the pepper content in my soup, which to me is the best damn part, because that's what gets you sweating and gets them. You know, if you're feeling sniffly, that's gonna flush everything out of your system.
That's where the hot shit comes in at, man. Look. Last thing before we get to some bears, I tell you right now why it's medicine, man. My girlfriend's mom she was at the very last stage of dementia, and she was in hospice at that point, inside the house. And she only had they was only giving her like 12 hours, man. That shit ended up being like 72, a little bit longer maybe. And I made it. She wasn't eating nothing. She wouldn't receive anything. I made that pot of chicken and noodles, man. I made a pot of chicken and noodles, and it did something. It did something to her, man. I literally watched it do something to her physically. She wouldn't receive anything, bro. Nothing.
Chicken noodle soup for the soul.
We had to put shit in a syringe and try to force it down. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. No, she came to life. She came to life. I'm just saying, man. You got people that might need that soup. You got these creative recipes like this here, and you got a way about making a pot of soup, man. Somebody probably needs it. That's just where my mind naturally goes, man. Make it for somebody that needs it. So, any last thoughts on this soup before we get out of here and get into some bears?
Go ahead.
Yeah, whenever you're cooking something, if you're eating it, if you're the only one eating this soup, you're gonna make a big ass pot and eat it and put it in the fridge, because it's only gonna get more flavorful, over the next couple days and after you reheat it. But if you're cooking that you may be sharing with other people, you never know what their dietary restrictions may be, nor their taste buds. So you want to go light with the seasonings, the spices, and the salts. And if they want to add some more when they're eating it, they can. But you want to keep all of the excesses to the minimum, because like I think Nomad was just saying, everything's got salt in it. And what may be good to you is going to be too salty to them, or whatever, too peppery, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, you nailed it, man. So if I have to share, I can do the share thing, but I ain't trying to share with nobody's ass.
All right, that's enough of the food stuff for now, I guess. And we're gonna get into some Chicago Bears. A lot of people came here to talk about. Guess what? Some people around here like the Chicago Bears, and I guess we better start talking about them, right? Better start talking about them. So at this point, what me and Kids were having a whole podcast last night after his show.
We
man.
probably should have recorded it. Real talk. We probably should have recorded it and piecemealed it out. It was a real good conversation. But
It was dope conversation, man. Because let's just start here where we need to, and just go individually through the players that are coming back. Here's where the conversation got a little interesting. Austin Booker coming back, and hopefully he's in the 21-day window, so there's really no guarantee he's gonna play this game. They're gonna. I don't know if he. Haven't seen any details or whether or not he dressed for practice today.
He practiced
in pads.
I'm not sure if he was in pads, but he was out there.
That's kind of
restricted.
Let's see.
It wasn't restricted.
No.
If that's the case, it's a good chance he might play. It's a very good chance he might play. If he wasn't restricted in any kind of way and he padded up today, it's a good chance he's playing Sunday.
Yeah, because the names there's no official injury report until tomorrow, but one of the on-site reporters listed who did and did not suit up, and I can't find that right now, but I know on the not suited up list was Grady Jarrett, Darnell Wright, and somebody else.
Okay, but while you're looking that up and you guys are checking that out, I appreciate that. Let's get to Louis Joyce's his question here. He's asked this a couple of times now. He says, okay, now do you guys really believe that this Monday night game is really a redemption game for our favorite football team? What's your thoughts? And we'll just start with Kids and I'll finish it up.
I love when you throw it to me there, man.
You want me to go? I'll go.
No. It's cool, brother. I'm not afraid of this question, and I think most definitely it's a redemption game. I think they handily had that football game a year ago. That game was in hand. They played very well against this team. That being said, they should have won that game, and then the sky fell. Right. So with respect to redemption, hopefully what we see here is that the sky isn't falling anymore. And it's almost that simple. That's all we need to see. Is the sky falling still? I don't think it is. I think this team is in a much better place, minus Jalen Johnson, unfortunately, which really puts a very huge spotlight on the one Tyreek Stevenson. The spotlight is even bigger now. Could it get bigger? I don't know. But everybody will be zeroing in on Tyreek and what he's doing in the secondary in some capacity. And I think that's great. I think Tyreek Stevenson really needs to go and brush his shoulders off. You know what I'm saying? He needs to get that chip off his shoulder in the realest capacity. And I believe he can do that, especially with the hopes that, this is unfortunate to any Washington fans who may be watching this right now. Hopefully neither of those hurt wide receivers decide to show up next Monday, meaning that, Terry Mack is out and so is Noah Brown. If either one of those guys decide to return, it'll be a little bit more stressful for a secondary. But if neither one or one and not the other shows up, again, an interesting quandary for a secondary that just received their second best player in return, and that's Kyler Gordon.
Kid, you're doing a whole podcast.
I could do the whole damn. It's a big question, man. I could do the whole.
Take them all my notes away. You just answer the question. You think it's ridiculous?
I'm gonna say hell effing yeah.
Okay,
there you go.
Cool, man. Give him a little something after that.
There you go. There's meat on the phone.
Go ahead, Trip.
Real quick. According to Sean Hammond, Cairo, Santos, and Colston Loveland were back at practice for the Bears after missing yesterday. Jaquan, Brisker, Grady Jarrett, and Darnell Wright once again did not participate. Wright was doing conditioning on an adjacent field. Kyler Gordon and TJ Edwards were both present.
Okay. We'll have to keep that around, man, because we'll come back to that. But to the question of, is this a redemption game, Trips,
Oh, yeah, because on national TV, you know, Tyreek got his pants pulled down and, you know, got clowned. And the over or under of how many times we're going to see that replay in the lead up to and during the Monday Night Football game is going to be crazy. And I look at it as an opportunity for Tyreek to be humbled and, you know, hit his rock bottom, so to speak, and let the maturity begin. And now with Al Harris in his ear, you know, helping him along the way, this is an opportunity for Tyreek to come back and be like, yeah, I was tripping, you know, out here last time talking to the fans, but I came to ball now. You know, that was you know, young Tyreek. This is older Tyreek. You know, it's gonna be forever in the memes, forever in the videos. Yeah, kiss my ass. Now we about to go play some ball. That's the Tyreek we need to see.
Redemption game. There's probably a couple guys in the locker room. Tyreek being one, only because he you know, that's just what people want to talk about, and that's what people will remember. To me, it's just you made a boneheaded play, and people just remember it forever, and people just constantly want to keep reminding you of that. Now, that's not my way of thinking. He just had a boneheaded young football player played, and you know, I think he's got fuel enough. Minus, you know, this game and what happened last year, he's got fuel enough because he's in a contract year. To Tyreek's point, I think there's a lot of reason inside that building. See, the thing is, when you start off with the kind of losses that we had, the way they lost those games, there's a lot of reasons to feel like, oh shit, this is going to be another Chicago Bears typical football season, right? And you see that kind of performance, those two performances, you know, it's like, golly, can we catch a break? And then all of a sudden they string together a couple wins and everybody's starting to feel it a little bit. You know, the newness of the offense, the newness of the defense is starting to wane a little bit. And, you know, this is some of the stuff me and Kez was talking about behind the scenes. And they're starting to get a rhythm, a little bit of a flow. And starting to, once you understand what's going on, you don't have to think so much. You're going to play a whole lot faster than you played before. That's going to increase throughout the rest of the season. And so coming into this game, I think they're meeting each other. It's going to be like two bulls clashing heads or two rams clashing heads because they're both finding a stroke right now. The Bears are finding a stroke, and so did Washington this week. They definitely found the stroke with the quarterback coming back into the flow. You can sense all the energy coming back to that team once that quarterback got out there and started delivering on those plays. And so I think we're catching each other at probably the worst possible time. You know, if you want to catch a team, you want to catch them down if you can. But since you catching these guys we've got guys coming back from injuries, we got all kinds of stuff going on over here, and so do they. And so redemption, I don't know, but I know this game is a measuring stick. I would just say that team got to the NFC Championship last year. Don't forget that. They got to the NFC Championship. So this is like a litmus test to the coaching staff and probably the personnel too. They want to measure themselves against this team. If they can whoop them, that's going to give them that much more confidence going forward. And that's going to lead into the whole conversation we're going to have about the trade deadline and all that kind of shit. These next couple, 2 or 3 games, I'm telling you guys, it's going to make all the difference in the world as to what kind of moves we make or don't make. Buyers, sellers, it's all going to be determined in the next few games. That's my thoughts on that. Any last thoughts on that before we go to the next subject?
I have a couple, and they're more rooted in some of the conversation in the chat. So Lewis Joyce is saying, just a note, but I played team sports, and I believe that one play didn't lose that game. Now, it helped us lose, but that wasn't all that allowed us to lose. And my guy Crimson also says, where were you, Crimson? Where were you, Crimson? Damn it. I can't find it, but he was saying something along the lines of who defended that play well, right? At the end of the day, you're both bang on. It wasn't just a single play. It was actually a series of plays that allowed that score to happen. And I don't blame, the world looked at Tyreek Stevenson, who was out of position and acting the fool, and blamed everything on Tariq.
Mm-hmm.
To make matters worse, he finally get back into position, and because he was out of position, more or less knocked the ball right into the defender's hand, right? So, like, not a good look on Tariq at all. But if you look at the play beforehand,
you mean the Flus?
You know where I'm going, dog. You know where I'm going. So Kevin Byard, shout out to Kevin Byard for multiple reasons this week. But in with respect to that game, Kevin Byard stepped to the sideline and questioned Matt Eberflus mid-game and said, dude, should we be offering this much green space to the Washington Commanders right now?
What are we doing here, coach?
What are we doing? We're giving up 10, 15, we're giving 15-yard cushion here. What, like, if they connect and they take up this 15 yards, now they're in range. What are we doing? And there's a look on the sideline where the two of them are arguing with each other, and basically Flus is saying, damn it, just do what I'm telling you to do. And Kevin's like, this is dumb. And Caleb Williams has to run on the field, grab Matt Eberflus off the field so they don't get a flag because he's on the field arguing with the player. At that point, 15 yards later, they're in range for the Hail Mary. So yeah, it was much more than just one play. It was actually a series of plays, but all the more reason to sort of look at that head coach and go, dude, like, you know what the F you're doing?
No. That's why that head coach is no longer a head coach.
This is the reason.
Well, one of them.
Yes, one of many mistakes. And like when I say redemption game for me, that's a big part of it, right? A big part of it is, and man, this so weaves into the conversation me and Nomad were having yesterday. But there's in my opinion, there's going to be at least 3 games, and I think we've seen one already. There's going to be at least 3 games where the Chicago Bears are in a position where it's like, oh man, like this is a tight game, and maybe if we had like a semi-decent coach, we might be able to pull this tight game out, like the Raiders game. You know what I mean? Like that's a game that potentially, good coaching got us to a position where we were able to pull out a W.
Well, what you're trying to get at is a defensive philosophy versus another defensive philosophy. When it comes down to I gotta have it plays, and this is the money down, and to get us off the field, leading Kevin Byard to go over there and question what his coach was calling. It's the kind of shit that frustrated me the whole time Flus was here. I come from his scheme, both in high school and college. But once I got to college, it morphed a whole lot, and so I came from a system that knew how to turn the dogs loose when need to, get out of those soft coverage and stop showing so much green out there and giving the quarterback places to throw the ball. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it got down to that, and that, just thinking about that right now raises my blood pressure, man, because it was just so unnecessary for him to be so conservative when it came.
We were watching that game. We were watching that game together, and even the two of us were like, what the hell? You were losing your mind. You were losing it, going, why the hell is he so soft in this situation? Why are these guys so far? And like when you said it, I was like, oh snap, look at how deep they are. And there goes Kevin Byard, right? I remember it like yesterday. And moral of the story for me is like exactly what Scrolls is saying here, man. And I had to laugh. He said that was probably Flus's best play call as head coach. It's how we got Ben Johnson. And like, yeah, you know what I mean? If Matt Eberflus did anything right, it was shitting the bed that day so that we finally got ourselves a coach who actually has, is worth his weight. And I think we're going to see much more evidence of how good a head coach Ben Johnson is throughout this season. And I have a feeling this will be example B.
Hey kids, I'll tell you something else, man. I'll say this to all the no maniacs and super no maniacs. I think people tend to think, when it comes to gotta have it downs and those big play moments, we got to get off the field. People think and they start worrying about certain receivers and certain players, and it's so much less about that than it is about how much time the quarterback has to identify where the holes are. It's so much less about, it's more about that than it is anything. So you right away get pressure right in his freaking face, move him off his spot. And if he completes it, he beats you. Other than that, there's no real schematics to that. It's just get people right in his fucking face and get him off of his spot. And I don't care how good the receivers are. If he can't get the ball to him, doesn't fucking matter. And so that was what I was always looking for with Flus. And I rarely ever got it, especially in the big play moments. And that shit was so frustrating. The Washington game was just another big time example of it. It's just no reason we should have been in that position, man. It was just him and his tendencies to be a weak ass play caller. And, obviously, the players they don't want to be in those positions. They know that we need to be more in a pressurized moment and get in this dude's face, but they're sitting back there playing grass. And it's just like, dog, you depending on us to reach this player if he just catches the ball and stop him from getting a fucking first down. What if we miss the tackle? I mean, he breaks free. And, oh, man, there's just so many reasons not to do that, man.
Take a deep breath, bro. You getting pissed off again, bro. Because I almost don't blame you, because just the flashbacks of that game we watched together, man, that was wild. You were losing it. I couldn't understand it. Kevin Byard clearly couldn't get it, and and it wasn't like we're talking about that one play, but the fact of the matter is, it was actually that entire game. That entire game we spent watching it, going, why is Flus playing so conservative? Why is he so conservative today and just letting stuff happen? And there he goes, and let him pull a win out of the ether. Now, I just can't wait to see how this continues on with Ben Johnson. And I'm not sure who was saying it in the chat. I think it was Louis Joyce, man. Louis Joyce, shout out to you again, man. You're lighting it up in the chat. Oh, yeah, this is what he was saying. He was saying this team follows the staff's lead. I mean, look at the passion they exude when players make plays. Coach talks to media and the team responds to the messaging. And yeah, man, so true. Like I was watching Antoine Randall the other day, and just how he echoes some of the sentiment and the passion in that locker room. And it's really cool to see how he connects with the players. And I don't just mean the wide receiver group. I mean the grander team. And I think that bleeds all the way through with the rest of these coaches, right? So it ain't just Ben. I think this whole staff is a passionate group that hopefully is going to that's going to push them into the right direction. 10 games in the chat. I don't know about all that. Me and Nomad talked about that too, but
we'll say that one.
Let's hope that that's the case. Let's hope it's potentially even better than that.
We'll save that one for sure. But yeah, man, Lewis, I'm telling you right now, I felt my blood pressure going up just thinking about it, dog.
Yeah.
It's just a bad feeling when you know ahead of time you're in a bad defense, in a bad situation. I know those guys Kevin Byard had to be tempted to just call a timeout himself. Just fuck it, call a timeout. Man, come on, dog. Don't get us out of this, man. That's how I would have been feeling out there. It's like, what do you call? What? No, man, call a timeout, man. Dog, we can't call no timeout, man. It's his call. And you stuck with it. It's shitty, man, when you know you got to have it. And you know his holes. Oh, my God. Anyway, man, let's get back to Austin Booker. And Austin Booker, you know what upsets me about Austin Booker and his saga so far this year is the fact that we're about, 4 or 5 games into the season now, and everybody's talking about edge rusher. We don't have an edge rusher, blah, blah, blah. And he hasn't had a chance to make a statement and make his imprint on the season yet. And I believe, and this is just my opinion, I believe Austin Booker. Let's avoid the trade talk for now because I got that for another subject, kids and trips.
Mm.
But I believe Austin Booker will have a significant impact on this game if he plays come Monday. I believe that, and I think he has a skill set to make a big difference in that category, man. So I'll just start there.
I'm gonna say something a little bit weird here. The thing that upsets me about Austin Booker really ain't about Austin Booker at all. It is the fact that the potential expectation is that Austin Booker is going to come back and save the day, and we're talking about a 5th round selection. You know what I mean? Like this is what we're talking about. We're talking about a late round guy who has been developing over the course of the last 2 years, right? So this is year 2 for Austin, and he'll have his opportunity to get on the field and make his impression felt. And I fully believe in the kid. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that, like, man, it would have been awesome if they were able to address some of this elsewhere, and the weight of the world wasn't potentially on Austin Booker's shoulders to come back.
For a second. I didn't know. Hold on. Not just saying Austin Booker got his injury on the special teams play. My apologies for stopping you, kids, but I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he tried to come back out on defense and couldn't go.
Yeah,
they got he's becoming a more pivotal piece in that pass rushing group and that edge group, man. I don't know that they should have him playing special teams at this point, man. He's too fucking aggressive. It's like putting Kyler out there on special teams. He's damn sure gonna get hurt.
Money talks, bullshit walks, and that's how these young rookies are gonna claw their way up into starting positions. You get on the field, you make your impression felt on specials, you show out, you show up, and then you get your opportunity to be that leader on the field, right? Unfortunately, he was starting to show that on the field and got hammed up, you know what I mean? Got injured in that special situation. So odds are we won't see him doing a lot more special teams at this point. I believe Eamon Agbagbamiga might be back too. So we may and Travis Homer. So we may have a little bit of a boost on the special side as well.
Hey kids, by the way, you know, I'm looking at Crimson's comment. He says, I don't know, our special teams need some juice.
That's what I'm talking about.
We used to call ST when we was in college GHT. Get hurt teams. That's what's likely gonna happen if you go full bore, man. Ain't nothing but car crashes going on out there.
Yeah, I can wish I could argue with that, but like I say, I'm glad that those Wizards, our ST Wizards are coming back, man. We got Eamon coming back to some degree. We'll see if he'll be ready to play. We've got Travis Homer, and that's his sole purpose in the universe. It's special teams. So again, with those two guys and Daniel Hardy being out there, I think we have some special teams wizards now to really put a bit of an impact on that phase of the game. And
then also, if you hadn't noticed, a lot of tackles are being made on special teams by Jade Walker as well. So he's getting down the field. We got plenty of guys that can do that, all of the ones just mentioned. Whereas to Minister's comment of it's the aggressive players that make the biggest impact on special teams, why would you give that up? Because we got no damn pass rush. Excuse my French. If we need Booker to rush the quarterback, not to make special teams plays. There are other guys that can make special teams plays. Nobody else is rushing the damn quarterback. And it will be good to have him back. That will definitely be a boost to this defense and overall to this team. But he's still not enough by himself, as the only guy that really gets after the quarterback. So it will be good to get him back, but we still need more.
Yeah. Well, he just couldn't be. I think he's too pivotal of a piece to just, I'm not going to take that chance. If I'm coaching him, I'm not going to take that chance with him being out of my rotation because I want somebody that's a little more aggressive on special. Fuck that. I'm going to find somebody. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you're damn straight. No man, you put Tano passing on specials if that's what you got to do. There's like I've been saying, there's 6 or 7 guys there, and they still can't get to the quarterback. One of those other guys can go and do specials for a couple of days, and we'll see how that works out. As stated, one of them will be Dan Hardy because he's that good at both, and he also ain't really getting on the field quite as frequently. But I would like to see once in a while a bit of a NASCAR package with Hardy and Booker, because that was working quite avidly during the preseason. We'll see what it looks like in real time, but it was working pretty well. So, give him a little bit of love for being out there doing the specials thing. But like I'm saying, our special teams has been hurting all season. It has been. I think with these guys being healthy and brought back, it might give a little bit of a boost to what you're seeing with Jade Walker, what you're seeing with Roschon Johnson, because that's really the one thing Roschon Johnson is bringing to the table right now, is he's bringing some special teams love. I will give the devil his due. He's doing it out there with the Guardian hat and all, bringing people down. Oh, unfortunately, to the level that he got fined large the other day, man. Shout out to Roschon. That was an unfortunate situation. But he's doing it out there, and if we get Eamon, Travis Homer, and Daniel Hardy out there doing it alongside him, I think we're going to have a bit of a lift to that special team situation.
You know what, kids? It's all KYP. Know your personnel. Mm-hmm. And there's a couple of guys that I can think of right off the top of my head. Austin Booker's right there at the top. Kyler Gordon's right there at the top. Guys that are pivotal in your rotation, but very, very aggressive football players. Knowing your personnel is saving them from themselves and helping, I need you available for, the down and distances that we're going to have to face. I might need you in this rotation, dude. Why would I want to keep putting you on special teams and have you? It's just like what Nod said earlier. He said special teams is all asses and elbows, man. It's all you running your ass off and you crashing. That's what it is.
Oh, it is high impact football for those guys, man. And you're right. It might be the get hurt team, the GHT. Like I wish I could say that it isn't. Minister Charles is nailing it here in the chat. Special teams truly helped us win that football game against the Raiders. It was a big piece of that. Mind you, teams have been running the ball back on us to a pretty good degree. They really have been, and that could be shored up a heck of a lot more. And I think we're going to see a much better foray from that side of special teams this week with the return of Eamon and Travis Homer.
Well, who said that they were coming back though?
I believe they're both coming back.
Oh, where'd you see that? I mean, they were both put on that 4-week IR thing. So I think they're eligible to come back, but I haven't seen anything about their window opening. I haven't seen anything about them returning to practice, nothing.
Well, keep your eyes peeled, folks. Hopefully that's the situation. I haven't heard about Eamon Ogbongbemiga, but I believe I've heard something about Travis Homer. Don't quote me on that. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm not sure about Travis Homer.
I think with a healthy Eamon, I don't know that you even played Austin on the special teams.
This is what I'm saying. If you got Eamon healthy and you have Travis Homer healthy, you really don't need, you know what I mean? You just don't need to put Austin Booker in jeopardy like that. You just don't.
Yeah, true that. Now that's true.
And they're dedicated. They're dedicated special teamers, man. At the same token, given the way that your boy's been playing linebacker, Noah Sewell, I don't see, unfortunately, as much as I love him and Ogbongbemiga, I don't really see him getting too many snaps there either.
Well, hell, shit, send Don Rob's ass out there, shit. But not Booker.
But time out now.
What?
Since you brought him up, there's only a finite amount of people that can be on a 53-man roster.
So when Booker comes back, who goes?
You may have just named that human being.
It's a toss up between him and 92.
I don't think 92 goes anywhere.
Oh no! No!
You think Tano might be the guy?
Well, 92 is too active on special teams.
Yeah,
and
it's not 92. You're right, Trips. It's not 92. So it's a toss up between Don Rob and Tano.
Those would be the two guys I would think.
They just signed Tano.
That's what I would think as well.
All right.
Those two guys make the most sense to me.
Let's get to the next conversation. Kids lightly brought it up just a second ago, talking about TJ, talking about Noah Sewell. Now, TJ coming back. I'm going to start this conversation with this. And Cloud Chasers asked the question. He says, do you think these guys coming from injury reserve or coming from injury is going to give this defense a boost? Absolutely. Here's the difference between what I thought. I thought Noah Sewell was way above average in his play for his first time. Noah Sewell was just scratching the surface, and he played some good damn football. But as much as I love Noah Sewell and what he's capable of and how good I think he can get, he is like, it's like night and day, the comparison between him and TJ. Simple reasons being, TJ has played much more NFL football. There's so many things, nuanced things that happens in between a quarterback and his team coming out of the huddle, seeing a formation, them moving and shifting. So many football games that TJ has played, it's just what's in his head compared to what's in Noah Sewell's head. What's he seen and experienced? He's got about 4 games worth of experience versus I don't know about how many with TJ. And so the difference is going to be stark. TJ can make plays on a football and just know ahead of time what something is. Noah Sewell is going to get to that space, but he's nowhere near that at this point. And so, yes, TJ is going to be a huge lift in everything that we do, especially the run fits. He's going to be a huge fit.
I don't know. Would you believe what I'm saying? What I'm about to say now? Follow me now. So they kind of let Tremaine Edmonds run free at the other position, right? I think we've seen the best out of Tremaine Edmonds with Noah Sewell being the mic.
Wait, say that all over again. What you just say?
Yeah, bro. I'm saying some crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, you about to say? I sound like you said something crazy. What you say?
I'm saying something crazy. I'm saying that we might have seen the best Tremaine Edmonds that we've seen thus far with Noah Sewell being the mic. Right? Tremaine's been playing a little bit differently in the TJ Edwards role. You bring TJ back and you put Tremaine back into the mic role. I don't know if it's better.
Tremaine ain't going back to Mike. That's going straight to TJ. Man.
You think TJ's going to Mike now? You think they're going to do the switcheroo?
Why would you do that?
Because TJ's traditionally he's been
fine at the wheel linebacker, man. The wheel linebacker is more than likely going to be the guy that covers the tight end. That's the purpose for having him on the outside. And so the Mike linebacker is usually going to grab the running back. And so I like that matchup between TJ grabbing the running back and Tremaine out there on a tight end. He's a longer guy. I like that. So it makes sense to me. And so, yeah.
You think Matt Eberflus had this fucking thing backwards the whole time?
TJ's coming back and getting the green dot. I promise you.
You say Matt Eberflus had this thing backwards?
Maybe. But I love it. In the defense that he ran, no, because, the idea of having a big, long linebacker is because you're going to have him mostly play in the middle of the field. And so you want to have a big, long projectile to throw over. And so that's what Tremaine represented. So that in that defense, yes, that was the right place to have him. In this defense, maybe not so much because you're going to man up a whole lot more.
Interesting. All right. I'm like I said, I'm excited to see this. I knew we were going to see a resurgence of Tremaine Edmonds this season under Dennis Allen. I knew we were going to see it, just wasn't sure how it was going to look, especially after TJ went down. Cool. Like, you know what I mean? And now I'm actually kind of excited.
Wait, hold on. But as Minister said, he's saying TJ is the fastest cover linebacker.
He's just talking nonsense now. He just talking.
No, it's true.
Man,
okay, all right. So on paper, Minister Charles. So on paper, that no man's right though. Tremaine Edmonds run like a 4.3. You know what I mean? We just never saw it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we see TJ week on week going sideline to sideline. He runs like a 4.5.
Y'all crazy, man.
So,
but I don't know. TJ covering running backs, out of the backfield. Do we like those matchups?
That's his best bet. As a linebacker, you have to cover something. And the running back is probably the best bet for TJ.
Might be. This is gonna be very cool, man. I'm actually really excited to check out what this looks like. Just a little bit of a switcheroo between those two, and how that bodes for the defense, man. I think Minister Charles, I said the same thing, man. Watching TJ,
it's nonsense, man. Why are y'all trying to convince each other you're right?
No. I'm not. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying I quite literally said the same thing. I said the same thing. I'm like, I'm watching this dude, and he is sideline to sideline fast like Roquan Smith. Like, we might as well, you know what I mean? In switching up, we didn't really miss a beat because he gets there no problem.
Kids, I guarantee you, if I put TJ on this show and you were to ask him that question, he'd laugh.
He probably would. He would be like, "Oh no, Jermaine's way faster than me."
He said it'd be like, "Excuse my language." He said, "Man, you niggas tripping."
Yeah. He's
nowhere near fast as Tremaine.
I would almost agree with, like, you know what I mean? Like, I say almost. I had to check myself and look at what their 40 times were, and once I saw the actual statistical 40 time, I was like, okay, well, we know Tremaine's a 4.3 for sure. Our boy TJ Edwards is much slower than that. It just doesn't look like it on the field.
Well, because
of what they've been asked to do.
He's got great game speed. He's like, I say this all the time about people. I don't care what you run in the 40. What do you look like when you matched up against a faster guy? Can you match speed with him? It's the only thing that matters. It's the only thing that matters. Can you match speed with the individual that you have to cover? So to that point, I agree with that, kids. He's got good game speed, but
fantastic game speed.
They're in two different leagues, bro.
Fantastic game speed, but again, they've both been, like, this is a measurement we're talking about. They've both been measured, and one was a very top end draft pick because of that measurement. It definitely helped his selection. So I have to agree with you. That's where that one is for sure.
All right. Any other thoughts on TJ before we move to something else? I do think he's going to come back and have a huge impact.
I'm excited.
Yeah, just it's a hammy. It needs to be 100%, not 85, not 90, not 95. Because he gets out there and he starts chasing around, McCoskey, Bill, McCarrot, Jesky, whatever the fuck his name is. You know what I mean? He's going to have to stretch those legs, stretch those hammies out again, and make sure they 100.
Yeah, you nailed it. So I think we're going to see a little bit of load balancing there with Noah Sewell getting on the field a fair amount as well. So take it for what it's worth. That just means we'll have two fresh bodies at that position, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. All right, man. We're going to talk about we got to talk about my boy Kyler coming back, man. Let me just I probably should start this off. I'm going to say this. Bringing Kyler back and having Kyler back is definitely going to give you another layer or two to your defense. I'm not to say that Nick McCloud could not do some of the things that Kyler could. I think the coach was just apprehensive about calling certain plays, calling certain blitzes, and doing different things like that, and creating that simulated pressure that that Kyler can bring. Because one thing about Kyler, he's got a nose for the ball, and he's a good, very, very good blitzer. One of the better blitzing slot corners in the league. He's going to definitely open up some dimensions to that playbook that we haven't seen so far in 4 games, man. I do think, the coverage is let me just say, because I'm not going to piss on Nick McCloud. I think they're almost peers, almost equals in coverage ability. Now, some of the other stuff that Kyler does.
The kid's made a face.
What I mean by that is
a kid again, man. It was a kid.
When it comes to coverage, it's all about your agility. Can you flip your hips and run with the guy in front of you? That's pretty much all it is. Can you close on the ball and make a play on the ball? That's pretty much it. He's a professional slot corner, Nick McCloud is. He's pretty decent at it. Is he Kyler Gordon? No. So I'm telling you, in the coverage from the coverage standpoint, it's not that much difference between him, not that much difference between Josh Blackwell, not that much difference between Jalen Jones or Kyler Gordon. Where Kyler is different, agility-wise, is how he makes plays on the ball. How he gets after a quarterback. Instincts, football instincts are rare. And so that is going to be a huge lift for the defensive coordinator. I think he wanted this job. That's the first guy he started singing praises on when he got the job. Dennis Allen did was Kyler Gordon. So, of course, he cannot wait to use that piece.
Well, I don't feel quite the same about the Nick McCloud thing.
He can play, man, I'm telling you.
I'm not saying he can, don't, that's putting a little bit too much extra sauce on it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he can't play. I am saying most definitely we don't hear nothing about no Nick McCloud, and that means he's doing a great job in the slot. Like that's what it means. You're not hearing a lot about him. You're not worried about the receiver that he's covering. He's doing a great job, with the slight exception of that one time with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Whoops. They also had Tariq Stevenson on him. It just wasn't a good fitting. But you put Kyler on that guy, and I've seen Kyler nullify Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's happened a couple of times. So that's why I will sit here and say that I definitely want that boy Spidey and his twitch in position. There's more to it, though. And this is where things get interesting. His ability in the run game is second to none. Can't say that for Nick McCloud. And I'm not saying that he doesn't have that ability. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. Definitely seen it with Kyler Gordon. With respect to the run game and respect to to potentially sending him as a blitzer, and this is, again, more stuff me and Nomad talked about yesterday, I am interested, and maybe Jaden Daniels is the wrong quarterback to see this with, but I'm interested in seeing potential blitz packages where you send Kyler Gordon and then you drop Austin Booker back into coverage, which is super cool stuff, man. So Austin Booker's got that motor. He's fast enough to drop into coverage. We've seen it a couple of times, and it might be an interesting little maneuver because that quarterback, we'll say against and this was literally the conversation we were having. We'll say against a Jared Goff. Jared Goff is now going to be staring down that area where Kyler Gordon just vacated to come and get him, find a receiving threat, check down, and in comes Austin Booker. Where things get a little bit wild is if it's against Jaden Daniels might not have that wherewithal, and he may just take off and run into that seam, and that might be a different thing.
Can I give you a little something to think about? I just want everybody that's listening to what I'm about to say. This take right here is going to be real important.
Mm-hmm.
Difference between a Kyler Gordon and a Nick McCloud, or pretty much a lot of cornerbacks in the league. There's like this offense that we're about to deal with. They do a lot of power. So you're gonna be pulling guards and tackles and towards the running, right there leading the running back into a hole. And a lot of times they're gonna lead them right towards where Kyler is. And Kyler's got to, number one, try to figure out how he can defeat this offensive lineman that's trying to plow him to the ground and make a play on the ball. At the very least, Kyler's job is to string that play outside. His job is to not let that guy come through that gap without seeing some resistance there. Kyler's different there. Kyler can get all the way underneath any offensive lineman and still kind of make a play towards the ball. If he doesn't make that tackle, he can force the trajectory of that running back right into where it needs to go, to the outside. And that's where the help is coming. Little nuanced thing about playing slot corner is you're going to deal with a lot of that. Pulling guards, pulling tackles, and you got to figure out a way to defeat that play. Either that or get smacked in your goddamn mouth all game long. And it's going to be one of those two things is going to happen to any slot corner playing a team like this. Those pulling guards and tackles are either going to make a difference in this game or they won't. That's just what it is. Kyler's different that way. He's flexible. He's pliable enough to get underneath those offensive linemen and force the trajectory of that running back away from where he wants to go. That's a difference.
It'll be interesting, man. Triple R, what are your thoughts, doggy?
I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
Man.
Yeah, I think. Sure, y'all covered everything. So what the fuck? I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well, you can speak to it. You can speak to it. I mean, did that light?
There was.
Did it light a bulb in your head? Did it light a bulb?
No, because I would rather have, Kyler Gordon in coverage, where he needs to be in Booker rushing. You want to get cute and fancy, that's fine, but let's master the regular positions. But it would be interesting to see with Gordon back in the nickel if McCloud challenges Nashawn Wright for the outside spot, or is that Wright's? Does he own that now? And so McCloud backs up Gordon, and then Blackwell is just strictly special teams. So how they will be deployed is also what I'm curious to see. And also Kyler coming back from a hammy 100%.
All right. Those are my thoughts about Kyler Gordon, and the kind of difference he can make is really the nickel cornerback position is a very unique position. It's almost unfair for a cornerback to have to play. Basically, you're the extra linebacker. Most teams have sub packages all game long. Every once in a while, when you got a really strong running team like Detroit, you're going to put that base package out there with 3 linebackers a little bit more often than you normally would. But against a team like this, you're going to probably see sub personnel a lot. That means Kyler Gordon's going to be on the field. No other linebacker. So he's the third linebacker now. And so now he has to run and tackle, avoid blocks, get under blocks, get over. It's more to it than just covering a guy trying to run a route. It's a lot to that job. And he deserves that money that he's getting, man, because that position is different, man. It's tough. It's hard work, man. It's an ass whooping on your shoulders. I'm just telling you that right now. A total ass whooping on your shoulders. But you got to take it in order for you to make a play on the ball, force something away from you. You got to do it. So I'm looking for Kyler to get back in the game. He's totally healthy now. Shouldn't be no letdown from him, man. So he should give us a little surge. Anything else on Kyler before we move to the next subject?
What up, Commish?
All right.
Big ups to Crooked Commish. Yeah, man. No, I'm very excited to see him back in the fold, and more importantly, like, I just want to see what Dennis Allen is gonna do with this player, because he seemed very excited to gain access to him, and he just hasn't had that opportunity.
Problem with it is if you blitz him from certain positions too many times, they'll just start running right at that. So you don't want to just pull that shit right out of the bag. You want to wait.
No, this is what I'm saying. This is why it's even better when you have him and Booker together, and you can, as well as TJ, you can start to alternate things between. I won't say it will be TJ on the blitz. It'll probably more likely be Tremaine. But now you're blitzing Tremaine here and there. You're blitzing you're blitzing Kyler, and hopefully you've got somebody who's actually creating pressure on his own. All right, now you got some things going on the defense.
I prefer to have TJ my blitzer, and
then Tremaine
finishes play. Yeah, because Tremaine's got a lot more reach and a little more speed than TJ, and I love to leave that guy out there to make a play on the ball if it comes out, as opposed to.
I don't know, because TJ chasing Jaden Daniels versus Tremaine chasing down Jaden Daniels, who has a better chance of getting the rabbit? So
definitely, Tremaine's definitely the quicker guy, but I'm gonna definitely I'd have TJ doing that because of the intangibles that Tremaine has. He has a little bit better, just because of the pure length and speed that he has. He's got a better chance to make a break on a ball than TJ does. You get what I'm saying? I'd rather if TJ is giving up a little bit more speed and quickness just to get to the quarterback, I could take that, as opposed to having that in the set behind me, behind that blitz and speed to the ball. To me, it makes more sense to send TJ to the quarterback. But all right, how about this, man? The left tackle sounds like that. Now, here's a funny thing about it. The runaway story is Theo Benedette is our new starting left tackle. What Trish just said was, Darnell Wright's out there, but he's working out on a little side field somewhere. I'm just gonna go with the fact that Theo is.
I'll just say it.
No. I'm not. I'm just trying to get to a point here. I wonder if there's being a little vagueness going on, because I don't know, man. I don't know how long this is gonna work for Theo Benedette. That's my only question about it. And what's the next answer after that? Do you put Bryson Jones back in there? There's a reason why you took him out. Or do you do something else, which is what we've been saying forever? Put Darnell Wright over there and put Ozzie Trapillo on the other side and call it a day. That's what I'm looking to see what's going to happen. I think we're going to find out early if Theo can hold this shit up. I'm not doubting him, but, I want to see.
I'm looking for my Canadian Eagle drop, and you killed it. It's been deleted. God damn it. That just goes to show how much faith my boy has in the Canadian Eagle.
Man. I gotta produce. I can't have all that.
He produced by reducing the single Canadian Eagle drop we have. I'm messing around. In any event, I don't know what we're really gonna get out of Theo. Fingers crossed. I hope we get good things, and I hope he does develop into that linchpin lineman we need, whether it's on the right or the left. But I do, I thought you were just blatantly going to say it, so I'll just blatantly say it. It's speculated that they're probably working him out, as far as Darnell Wright is concerned, to potentially make a debut on the Darnell left. You dig?
I don't know where you heard that. That's pure speculation.
I'm just putting it. I'm putting the obvious 2 and 2 and coming up with 4. Right.
But was that really something that you do without him having taken a rep at all at the position off season or this season?
Dude, I'm not saying they were right in not ever doing that ever once ever. You know what I mean? Like, that's clearly a huge mistake. And like, what were you guys thinking? But we're at that level where it's like, all right, we kind of need to, at the very least, test the waters. You're hurt, you're not playing. Let's see what this might look like in case of, we have to break glass, right? And what I mean by break glass is, oh snap, Theo ain't working out. Right? Like that's break glass. That's the next situation. Canadian Eagle didn't work out on the left. We got to do something else now. Let's bring Darnell over there and put Ozzie on the other side, because we know Ozzie can work on the other side. And what happens?
Hey right? Kids, let me give you. I'll let you finish, but let me give you what I think are 2 noticeable weaknesses for Theo Benedette, and I think it's his only 2 weaknesses, as far as I can see. And that is he's got a lean problem. He leans too much. He moves his upper body leans forward too much. And that's going on.
I can agree with that, actually, big time.
Here's the other side of it. The bad thing about it is when you become that kind of player, it's just technical difficulties he's having. If he can clean those things up, he can round out pretty good. He's just got to be consistent about it. Here's the bad side to it. The more you do that kind of thing and you make contact with a big physical defensive end, one of the bigger guys, say like a Montez Sweat or a Dio Dingbo, when you lean like that, once they break your contact with their arms and they break your arms off of them and knock them down, where are you gonna go?
They're top. I saw evidence of exactly what you're talking about. I've only watched a few snaps in focused on Theo, but I know exactly what you're talking about. There is a rep where he is caught. He's caught leaning forward, and when I say leaning forward, to the point that he almost topples over. The upside in this particular rep is just that the defender didn't recognize it and wound up stepping into it, and it allowed Theo to get back up. But if the defender hadn't moved forward, Theo would have just wound up on face first on the ground on his own, untouched. And you know what I mean, and off goes that.
You have to see that evidence, because you know exactly where I'm going.
I saw it. So I'm not. I can't refute it or anything to that effect. Again, rookie woes, man. He gonna learn, and there will be some growing pains as we go through all this. I guarantee you, but. That is definitely one, sir. You nailed it for sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's hard to bench Braxton in favor of Theo, and then if Theo has a rough outing, be like, hey, Braxton, come here, boo boo. You know what I'm saying? I hope you learn that little lesson that we had to teach. Now get back out there. It's hard to go backwards, just like in relationships. It's hard to go backwards once you make that break. And when he got benched, that break was made. So now it's going to be, all right, Theo's in a position now where it's like, make a break time, kid. What do you got? A lot of people are out on Braxton Jones, including the coaches. So we got to put our eggs in the Theo basket right now until, the point comes where it's like, yeah, he's not cutting it. And then it's like, well, we already know Ozzy's not comfortable over there. So Darnell Wright, what you got? We're running out of options, running out of bodies to play over there. So let's hope Theo is able to address that leaning or getting his upper body over his knees too much. Because I'm sure, if we see it, Coach Rochar sees it and is going to address it. So that's going to be something that I'm sure he got a talking to and worked on during the bye week. So we're going to see, against a very good defensive line, if he's made that improvement.
Another thing too, Trips and kids, the tape is always an indicator, and it's a copycat league. You'll see they'll look at and trust me, the Bears are trying to make corrections to try to make provisions for Theo Benedict, because they saw the tape too against the Raiders, and they opened the fire hose against Theo Benedict and made him move him. You know what I'm saying? Made him get him out the game. And trust me, there's no difference between Theo Benedict being on the right side in the Raiders game or the left side in the Commanders game. They're going to open the fire hose on him again. Trust me, it's going to be Dorrance Armstrong with Frankie Louvu or somebody, one of the linebackers behind him, and put him in conflict and make him choose who he's got to block. Make the quarterback have to recognize to motion out a running back over there for a chip on somebody. Little things like that. These are just gamesmanship things that you can do during the game. But trust and believe me, Kez, they are going to open the water hose on Theo Benedict on the left side. Trust me.
Oh, that goes with like you're quite literally stating the obvious, and it would be the same if Braxton Jones was there. That is the weak point of this line. Has been.
Not
say
quite.
What now?
Not quite. They know Braxton Jones has got a lot of experience, man. They're not gonna do to Braxton Jones what they're gonna do to Theo Benedict. Trust me.
You are the weakest link, and I'm not talking about either one of these guys. I'm talking about the left tackle position. Goodbye. It's about that. It's about that simple. If you're a football team and you're up against the Chicago Bears offense, you should be figuring a way to get through the left tackle spot, the blind side. That's what you should be. If you're not doing that, you are doing yourself a disservice. Doesn't matter if it's Theo Benedict there. Doesn't matter if it's Braxton Jones there. Same difference. 6 and 1, half dozen of the other. There's the differences are in the nuances in how these two players play. There's a lot of tape, unfortunately, on Braxton Jones. A little bit less tape on Theo Benedict. So maybe that'll be a little bit of a benefit to Theo's game this coming week, and maybe for the next 2 weeks, is that there's not a lot of tape on him. But that's about the best thing I can say at this present time. We really just have to wait and see what shakes out. But God willing, everybody should be aimed at, the crosshairs aimed at that left tackle position.
Hey, let me answer Richard Long real quick. Richard Long says, do the Bears have a fullback / tight end hybrid? Yes, they do. His name's Cole Kmet. That's the guy they've been using for that role. Look,
Carlson's good at it too, but let's just take just a minute. I know we're talking about complete other stuff, but Cole Kmet blocking like his life depends on it. These last couple games, sheesh. I spent last year looking at Cole Kmet get just whiffing blocks and getting beat. That was what last year was for me, and I was very down on Cole Kmet, thinking, you know what, you might as well cut bait and find another. Oh, we drafted a tight end, get Cole Kmet out of it. My boy blocking everybody. He's not messing around out there, and I have to give him,
Well, that's great, kids, man. That's good for holding him down like that. Let me add to it, man. Let me double down on that, because I don't think people realize and really appreciate how durable and how you can count on Cole Kmet.
Yeah,
Cat is truly like the Man of Steel. Like, he already looks like the Man of Steel from the movie version. He already looks like that, but he literally is very, very dependable. Like, Cole Kmet is, I know a lot of people talk about, hey, can we trade Cole Kmet and do all? Listen, man, that guy right there, when you got a rookie, you drafted a rookie that was hurt when you drafted him. He gets into the first game of the season, first game or two of the season, and he gets hurt. Cole Kmet is extremely durable, man. And that guy, to me, has a value that I can't really even measure. Because when you got guys like that bounce get off the ground after getting a rib shot, and that's another thing. Caleb has got to start, throwing the ball the right way to certain guys, man, so he can not run them into traffic as much, man. Cole Kmet has taken some body shots, man, caught some medicine balls. He's dropped some too, but that guy needs his flowers, man. Cole Kmet is a dog, and you just got to respect that. The guy's always available, man. If nothing else, you got to respect him for that availability.
Never missed a football game.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
I'm telling you.
You got to take the good with the bad, because, as good a blocker as he is and reliable, he has a lot of goddamn drops that are very crucial situations.
They ain't playing, and neither are you. Like,
he has too many penalties pre and post snap.
Very true.
To be a veteran. So, you get the flowers for the blocking, but, the other aspects of the game, is like, bruh, you're killing us out here.
I'm just saying.
You're right, Louis Joyce. They have used Smite. I just wonder, with colston Loveland coming back, who's going to go back to the practice squad? That's my only question. But you're right about that. They have used.
There's two bodies now, so be prepared for it. Two bodies have to move, right?
Yeah.
Totally forgot about that, man. Totally forgot about that. So colston Loveland will be brought back to the main roster. Somebody's gonna have to be dropped down, cut, and potentially pass waivers in order to make it back to the practice squad. Could get scooped up. Who knows? Likely a tight end in that capacity. Same conversation goes. Geez Louise, that's three bodies, bro. 3 bodies, man.
You know what? Bear Truth 9, I love it, man. He says, I'm a Cole Kmet fan, but he was bad versus the Raiders. Yes, he was. I'm still upset with him blocking and catching and just bad awareness. Hope he does better. That's the thing about Cole Kmet. He's boom or bust. When he's right, he's right. But then sometimes I almost felt like watching that game against the Raiders, like he was worried about the traffic around him, and he just wasn't seeing the ball into his hands. He was ready to make a move or something. That's just the only thing I can think of that led to some of the stuff I've seen with Cole Kmet. But man, the more and more I see Cole Kmet play, the more and more happy I am that he's still on this roster and he's contributing.
Like I say, I'm all the other stuff is valid. Yeah, he drops the ball. He does. Yeah, he might get called on a false start here and there. He might. I'm just very specifically zeroing in on the blocking, and the reason being, he was still dropping the ball and getting those penalties, and he was whipping on blocks last year. It was a three-pronged situation, and that's just all wrong for a tight end. What I'm seeing this time around is, at the very least, my boy is being very meticulous with the blocking piece, and as long as he can hold that down, in my mind, you slide Colston Loveland in there and you really make him the primary target from a tight end perspective. And I think that's about to pop off. I think that pops off this week, like this. I think that pops off on Monday, y'all. I think we're gonna see Cole Kmet in the seam. Sorry, Colston Loveland in the seam, and a little bit of additional protection from Cole Kmet. And that's what I want to see. I think that's how it's going to work out.
I'm with you, Ron. See, he is a Notre Dame tight end and knows how to play the game. That is true.
Yes,
that is true. But I'll tell you one other thing, man. Goddamn, Melon Smasher is a machine. Boy, when I tell you he got it stuck in gear and trash and Caleb, he's a machine. Boy, he got that goddamn thing going, and he don't stop.
No.
He don't stop. No, especially you gotta tip your hat to the consistency, man. He just don't change. He don't change.
He's putting it down, man. He
wants to see victories. He said one of the seen 5 playoff wins in his entire life. And it's like, yeah, that can test your fanhood.
Your medal.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of people that feel like Melon Smasher, believe it or not. They're jaded when it comes to the Chicago Bears. They don't know whether to believe or just be in the dumpster with it all, because I'm tired of believing and getting let down. You know, you got a lot of people out there like that. We're unique. This platform, this domain is unique because we always find a way to be positive about it all. Because at the end of the day, as a fan, you can only do so much anyway. Either you're a rider or you ain't. And that's just what these are. That's what people are on this in this domain right here. This domain of ours, we riders over here. We riders. And that's just the way it's got to be. That's what fandom is. Either you a fan or you ain't. And what fandom requires is to be a rider. You got to ride for your boys. That's just how it's got to be.
Well, we will say they're shitty. They're shitty. You know, it's not that kind of show, not that kind of party. You know what I mean?
We are talking about the Chicago Bears here, right? So there will be how do I phrase this correctly? You know, there under normal pretenses this is the best way I could say. Under normal pretenses, or historically, there has been a moment where they prove to us who they are, and whether that is they're awesome or they're way south of awesome. And you take that for what it's worth, and you live in reality, right? So that's what it is.
It's not hate. It's
disappointment. And you know what, dog? I can't argue with you for a second with that, man. Can't, not for 1 second. That's why I leave Melon. That's why I leave you alone, man. It's real talk. That's why I leave you alone. I let you vent. You do your thing out there. You vent. You get it out off your chest.
Nobody mistreats the guy. He comes.
I know it. This is what I'm saying. This is why we kind of leave him alone. We let him do his thing. But the fact is, you know, I think, Melon, I think we're in a position right now, especially over the course of the next 4 games. Next four games. I think you need to sort of give it a 4-game trial, and just see what these Chicago Bears could become. I think over the course of the next 4 games, we're really going to get a microscopic view of what this team can be in the future, right?
You're
That's
taking off. You're
that's
taking
my
off a
thoughts.
little bit, kid. You're taking off. Let me
Am I?
guide you.
All
Let me
right.
guide you just a little bit. I'm going
Okay,
there.
you do your thing, man.
All right. We're gonna talk about the running back situation and the offensive line. I'll let you, because we had this conversation last night, kids. I'll just start off with this.
Mm-hmm.
Too many times I'm hearing about what the running back room is or isn't. And there's some truth to a lot of it. There's some truth to a lot of the criticisms. I had my own. And I will also just offer this to people that's listening. You have to equate all of that into how well the offensive line is playing or not. To compute it all, that means you have to look at it a little bit more close than you probably wish to do. I have to do it because this is what my job is over here. I have to look at it. And there's times where truly where the running back just is not confident in the hole that he's seeing and how fast he can get there and how fast it might close up. You see a lot of that going on. It's a lot of hesitation, just hitting the gas and hitting the hole. You might have to run through the face of a linebacker just to get to that point. You might have to. And some of that DeAndre Swift stuff that people complain about, you can see that on film. But you can also see one too many times when guys are missing assignments and it's a free guy running at them. You can't win like that. When guys are missing assignments, let's just say there's a stretch play to the right and the running players to go to the right. And let's just say the guard on that stretch play misses his second level block, who's a linebacker, and that linebacker comes free into that hole and just tracks. You can't escape that unless you're Barry Sanders. And so I would just offer this one more time. I get the criticisms of DeAndre Swift. He's not everything that everybody wants him to be. But at the same time, that offensive line and his run blocking functionality is not where it needs to be at all. I'm just telling you. It's just not. And so I'll leave it to you two guys to finish that up, but that's what I saw.
Trips, you go on this one, man, because I'll eat all the I'll chew all the meat off the bone on this one, man.
Yeah, Swift is good at what he does, but what he does, Ben Johnson, has come out and said that we're not good at those things. The question was asked, are you a outside zone running team or inside zone running team? And he was like, yeah, maybe a little bit of both. Not really sure yet. We're still figuring that out. Where we know Swift is not a between the tackles kind of guy, and he's not a break a tackle kind of guy. But you get him in space, let him use his speed and the shiftiness, he can make guys miss. That's where his big plays come from. He's not a workhorse back. He's not what people want and feel that this team needs as a bell collar back, that can get the team moving, keep the chains moving, sell play action, and be able to break tackles and take it to the house and be shifty in the hole and hit the hole and not be dancing. So we want, as fans, a all-around good running back. Swift's a good running back, but we know what his ceiling is, and it's not high enough. And it seems like Ben Johnson kind of knows what his ceiling is, and he wants to upgrade, but this staff is working with what they got. But what they got is just not what they want to do. So they are adjusting the game plan with what they have to win. So it would be nice to upgrade, Swift as soon as possible. But with Coach Johnson trying to get the best out of him on what he does, we can work with that. You know what I mean? But we just got to be aware that it's not going to be that, give the ball to your running back, 20, 25 times a game kind of party. That's not happening.
All right. You nailed most of it as far as I'm concerned too, Trip. It's really funny to me because coming out of college, I scouted DeAndre Swift and I thought he was going to be amazing in the NFL. I really did. Anyways, that was sort of my 2 cents starting things out. But then he got to the NFL and he sort of is what. He is as he is billed. He is exactly that. He's a pass catching back. He's not really a north-south guy. He's not going to do any of the stuff that you just said he ain't going to do. And to make matters worse, to really layer on where Nomad is, if there's a linebacker, screaming through that A gap, that B gap, that C gap, if he's going head to head against a guy, he's not going to win that battle. It's just what's going to happen. He's not going to truck him. He's not going to juke him out in close quarters like that. He's just not that guy. And that's cool. That's fine. So we know what he is. We utilize him in kind. So do we need another back? In my opinion, abso-effing-lutely. Now, let's move to the other side of this coin. The other side of this coin is there issues with the offensive line and the run game, run blocking in general. Abso-effing-lutely, right? And I saw some statistics earlier today. Shout out to the guys over at CHGO. I'll give them a whole bunch of props. Big ups to my guy Greg Braggs over there. In this case, it was more Adam Hogue, who showed us something that he found online. That
found online.
He did. He gave some.
And by the way, kids, it doesn't help the gel and the continuity of that offensive line if you're constantly moving pieces as well.
It just makes matters. Let's talk about other things there, right? So that's not good. Other things that isn't good is let's sit the veteran for the entirety of the off season and not really give him the opportunity to gel with these guys that you're now moving around left, right, and center. Let me be frank here. The 3 new veterans ain't getting it done either. Just gotta it's not just Braxton Jones, y'all. You know what I mean? Like, it just gotta put that out there on blast. It's not just Braxton Jones, although that left tackle side is the worst, right? The only place that's semi-positive is the right side with Darnell Wright. With respect to the run, Richard Long was saying that he saw something out there, or maybe it was BT9, saw something in the winds that's saying DeAndre's spending about 3 seconds behind the line, and I get it. He's looking for an opening. He's trying to be that patient running back, a la the dude from Pittsburgh. Anyways, it's been a minute. You know what I mean? He's trying to be a little bit patient with it so we can actually get up there and do some stuff, and it just ain't working. So just real talk. The three guys in the middle, three new guys are not getting it done with respect to run blocking. Neither is the left tackle. It is not just Braxton Jones. Things need to be done, and even me, you can't blame everything on DeAndre Swift. Now, what you can blame at least a little bit is on either Ben or Ryan Poles or whoever has sort of decided to completely nerf Roschon Johnson's capabilities. And I ain't saying he's a great back, but at the very least, if you need to load somebody up to get some north and south yardage, he would be my selection. Kamanunga as well. Potentially you give him some more attempts to get lathered up and have some, and get skinny in the hole. Like that would be my thoughts as well. You give him a shot in that capacity and see what you get, or you go find yourself a north-south back from somewhere and you spend some capital and bring him in. Like those are sort of your choices. Or the reality is you just throw your hands in the air and you give up on the run game this season. And I don't think that's an answer.
I'll tell you one thing. Either way it goes, we're gonna find out some things in the next few days, in the next few games, next few weeks. We're gonna find out a lot.
Both Scrolls.
when I say a lot, it leads me to, and by the way, man, there's 3 streams going on right now. One right here that you're in right now on the Nomad Network, and also on Kids of Canuck and Sports Chicago Style. Man, be one with us, man. Go and hit the like button and subscribe to every channel, man. That's just what we do as a community, man. We take care of each other. That's what we do. That's why you're here. And so be part of that community full bore, and go make sure you hit the like and subscribe on all 3 of these streams that are going live right now. Do us that favor before we move forward. As I keep talking, go ahead, kids.
I'm just saying, triple streams. What we do, man. You go.
No, I was just going to the trade conversation, because there's a couple things that I want to talk about, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get to that and all the other stuff that I got going on. So let's discuss trade deadline stuff. I probably should start this conversation off, because I have this perspective on it. Kids and I had this talk last night. There's a lot of talk about who we should get, who we shouldn't get. Should we do this? Should we spend this? And all that kind of thing. As far as the financial aspect of it, I care less to even compute it right now, because it's irrelevant at this point. Why? It's because we haven't played enough football yet to even really consider those options. Really, I think we need to play at least 3 to 4 more games. I don't know how many games we got left into the trade deadline, but at least 3 more games before we start coming with, okay, this is where we're weak and this is where we're strong. This is where, so let's just say, for instance, we won 3 out of the next 4 games. Let's say we won 4 games straight. I am totally 110%. And even if we won 3 games, come trade deadline, I don't give a flying F what it costs the Chicago Bears to get a player that they think is impact enough on the football field to put them over the top. Reason being is I let other people deal with that kind of stuff. I want to win as a fan. And I'm talking from my football player standpoint. I want to be in a building that does not worry about what it's going to cost me now to get that trophy at the end of the day. And are the Bears in that Super Bowl window? Depending on who you're talking to. We haven't played enough football to even know. All I know is what I saw last year with the Washington Commanders. Nobody, and I mean absolutely no damn body, saw them making it to the NFC Championship and scratching the surface for a Super Bowl. Nobody. Guess who's in the same goddamn spot right now? So all that talk about we can't afford this, we can't afford that, let's play some football and find out. Let's find out. Because the winning teams, the teams that really want it, will make provisions for what they need to get them over the top. And that's all I give a fuck about. Do what you need to do to win right now, not fucking 5 years from now. Do what you got to do. That's my take on it.
Yeah. So when we talked about this yesterday, I poo-pooed on this as a general idea. It took me kind of a minute to get to where I really felt about it. And to be honest with you, I'm before I get deep into it, I think I'm going to throw it down to Triple R. What are your thoughts on just potentially making a big big splash before trade deadline to do something this season? What are your thoughts?
Is this a Super Bowl contending team?
We don't know.
Well, how about no? Yeah, we're not.
I'm sure about that.
I mean,
I'm laughing because I know you too well now, and I just kind of had to throw it to you because he's gonna sound a whole lot like I sounded yesterday without me having to do it. So you keep going, bro.
So I mean, I get it. We want to win now. We were, promised a generational quarterback. We got the number one offensive-minded head coach in coaching free agency. So the pieces are coming together, but we are now, game 4 bye week. It's going to be weird doing the numbers now, But we're into this point of the season, and the head coach is like, yeah, we still figuring out what we got in players and trying to get the best out of them. Wasn't it just a week ago? Ben Johnson was like, yeah, I figured out or figuring out how to communicate with Caleb. You know, when emotions are running high, or when there's praise necessary, or when there's a quote unquote scolding necessary, how to communicate. So, I mean, they're still figuring that stuff out. It was a good victory against the Raiders. And it's like, well, is this team learning how to win and not how to not lose, or not how to lose? Yeah, that one. And it's like, it's a maturation process. You know, what would be cool is like, oh man, first season, Ben Johnson as head coach, and it's like Super Bowl. And it's like, ain't no damn way, because you look at other teams around the league who have depth at multiple positions that we're like, we don't even know who the damn starter is. It's like, all right, Austin Booker comes back and he's looking good, getting to the quarterback. They figure out what to do with the running back situation. So now this team wins 3-4 games in a row. And it's like, well, what does it need position wise to get over the top to become a Super Bowl contender? And how much does it cost? No matters of the, of the mind. It don't matter what it costs. You go get that. I'm right now thinking we got to see it in 3 to 4 weeks to figure out what is still a need. During the bye, have they figured out what to do with the running back room? With Booker getting healthy, does that fix the pass rush? And now, we're playoff contenders. I just don't see the talent of the schemes that both of these coordinators want to run on offense and defense that will let them, get jiggy with it, if you will. Right now they're making do with what they have to the best of their abilities, which is good. That's a positive thing. But I think it'll still take another offseason to get the pieces in free agency as well as the draft that will suit what they want to do better. So, no, Super Bowl contender, not yet. Not in my view. But I mean, I'm not going to say that they can't. I'm just saying, looking at what we need, no.
Trip.
That's basically what you just said.
Trip, how many wins do you think the Bears get? Let me rephrase it. How many wins would you be satisfied with this season?
10, 11.
10, 11 satisfied. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because that's a going forward. That's a maturation. They're learning how to win. They're making the playoffs. And it's like, what team in the NFL really wins their first foray into the playoffs? They usually get their asses kicked. Then they come back the following season more mature, more experienced, and they progress. And then it's a progression. And I don't think we're just there yet to go all in.
Cool. So so you sound exactly like me. The difference is my expectations are a little bit more tempered than most. My expectation is I'll be satisfied with the 7 or 8 win season this year, and the reason why is that there's just certain things I need to see. If we make it to the playoffs, I'm ecstatic. I'm happy. You know what I mean? I'm loving life. But I expect to see 7 and 8. If we can get that, that's a marked upside difference between what we saw last year versus this year. As long as we can see that Caleb Williams is stepping into his own, which we have started to see, as long as we can see that Ben Johnson has the wherewithal to pull out at least 3 wins just because he has a general idea of what the hell's going on, as opposed to having no idea what's going on, Matt Eberflus. You know what I mean? Those are the 2 things really I need to see. And then we move into next year and we fill the gaps in this roster. So that's how I look at the whole thing. If we're talking about free agency now, regardless as to wins, I think we really need to take a stock of what's happening on this team, where the holes are, and how we fill them in next season's draft as well as in next season's free agency period. So that's my overall thoughts on whether we really get jiggy with the the trade deadline thing. Now that I've said all that stuff and you have, would you guys make a move for Cam Jordan?
Cam Jordan, the old ass
The
defensive end.
36-year-old defensive end that has a whole bunch of.
Ask him that. Why do you know?
I'm asking you both. I said you guys. I'm asking you both, right? Because
just exclude him from that conversation because we know the default answer. Man.
All right, no man. Okay, fair enough. I'll throw that one.
But
right
I mean but it all depends on what is the need.
So here are the needs.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Cool. So let me sell this to you just soft, and it's crazy because like he's 36. Like he's not a young. He's no spring chick. My boy's dreadlocks are gray from top to bottom. I didn't even recognize him.
He did that intentionally, man. That's a die.
What did I do?
No, his dyed his hair.
Oh, did he dye? He just made it all one color with reason. I'm just saying. I didn't even recognize him when I saw him today. I was like, "Who's that?" Oh, snap! It's Cam.
They've been gold. They've been silver.
Okay, all right. All right, cool. I didn't realize it was like a fashion thing. I thought he was just 36. Okay, that's what I thought it was. That was my guess. The facts is he is the like top 3 run defender in the league at 36 years old. Right. So there's that. He's already got a couple of sacks under his belt. He knows how to rush passer. He knows Dennis Allen's defense. He would actually be a pretty solid addition, and the dollars and cents of this all would be the furthest thing from astronomical. A trade for a guy like this who could probably really help shore up your run defense and potentially get to the passer might cost you a 6th rounder.
Well, that's not really going all in, though. I mean,
No, I'm not talking about like Thanos. He's not Thanos. You know what I mean? Don't do that. But if you want to improve your stock for the season and get a little bit of get some mercenary love for the season, fix the run, stop the bleeding and get to the passer for $10 million and maybe a 7 to 10 million in a 6th rounder. Did I sell you on a trip?
Well, that doesn't answer my question though.
Okay.
If this team wins, 3-4 games, whatever it is to the trading deadline, what are the needs? Does Booker come back making, a Cam Jordan, not necessary? So maybe we don't need an edge rusher. Do we need a running back? What is the position of need that this team would to get over the hump?
You'd probably kick Cam Jordan inside to DT as well, and he'd still have the same, if not similar, output. He's definitely played on the inside.
All right, but I mean that helps the pass rush and the run defense.
And the run defense.
So that's all right. That's a 6th round pick and $7 to $10 million. All right, so is that the only position of need to get the team over the hump?
No, you and I both know there's still 2 more positions at the very least that we could talk about, but you can only do so many things.
Y'all always trying to manage folks' money, man. Quit worrying about that goddamn.
Well,
shit.
it's the salary cap. I mean, that's kind of
worry about it.
That dictates on what players you can get because players come with certain price tags, and it's like we can't afford that. They can make moves.
I can't tell you what we can afford because I ain't the one doing the accounting. They let them do that shit. Here's what I can tell you as a question mark. Number one is the first thing that comes to my mind is what does that do for the status of what Trips just said earlier about Austin Booker? What does that do with his playing time? You bring in a Cam Jordan. You can't bring in a Cam Jordan and put him in as a this guy you come in on 3rd down once in a while. You can't do that with Cam. He's still an impact player even at 36. If it's just he's in the run game, he's an impact player, and in the passing attack, he's an impact player. And so the sensibilities of bringing a guy of that status into a team like this, where you got a few guys that you're gonna have to fight for. I don't know how happy he would be here. I would just say that. That's the first thing. And go ahead.
I'm just saying, does that matter? Like, he might not be here next year. He's 36.
You got that. There's that. Also, I think Bear Truth 9 might have mentioned it earlier in the chat that he had a problem with Dennis Allen in the last couple of years because Dennis Allen was kicking him inside the D tackle him, and he didn't very much like that. And without getting into all the little nuance and stuff that I've seen and heard, because he didn't really say anything outwardly to just be like, hey man, fuck him for kicking me on the inside. No, he never said none of that. But some of the commentary after, pressers that he was explaining how he felt about it didn't seem like he was too flattered with it. Just say that.
Now, if that gets back to the ears of Dennis Allen, is that something he can overlook or be like, you know what, fuck that dude, we'll do without.
But remember them times when Dennis Allen was the DC as well as head coach, and they had absolutely stellar success. And when I say they, I really kind of mean specifically Cam Jordan under Dennis Allen. So if he had a couple of years and he didn't necessarily like being kicked in, such is life, but like he had some of his, and I mean like the vast majority of his success under Dennis Allen. I think there's probably a couple of seasons that he has to be like, yo, like,
well,
we worked really well together. This is my best season that I've ever had.
We don't know what kind of relationship those two have. You know what I mean? It's we just assume because you haven't heard a whole bunch of outwardly news saying that these guys have, like, you just never know exactly how that shit was on the inside of that building. And let's just say, for instance, because this is exactly how it's got to go with Cam Jordan of that status. He's probably a Hall of Famer at some point. Cam Jordan, this is how the organization approaches him. Hey, Cam, we want to trade you because we think we're going to go into a rebuild mode, and we don't want to have to drag you through that. We're going to trade you to a team, and these are the people we're discussing the trade with. How do you feel about Chicago if that comes up? And it's going to come down to that. Because he's got status, he can say, you know what, man, dude, I just want to go to somewhere that if he could look at Chicago and be like, they have no chance to win. Don't send me there. There's that. Again, that's just how it's going to go for a guy of his status.
Status is there has to be a question mark behind that word at 36 years old.
Well, how about tenure?
That's probably a better word to use, right? Just because it indicates age, right? even then, yeah, I don't. Bro, you're 36. We're paying you $10 million a year plus. Unfortunately, our team's not going in the direction where we need it to go. We have to kind of cut bait on you and maybe also Alvin Kamara to recoup and build this team up. It's nothing personal. It's not about you doing anything. We'd love to send you to Kansas City, but they don't need you. We'd love to send you to the Eagles, but they don't need you. So, you know what I mean? If we can get something from somebody for you, it's in our best interest to do that right about now. And that's really where things are for Cam Jordan and more or less for New Orleans Saints. They should probably be looking at, depending on how the next couple of games go. And I said it on my show, the Superflex Fantasy Football Show, Tuesdays, 6 Central, 7 Eastern. I said that Spencer Rattler's looking on the up and up. He's looking a little bit better, and I think that will start to continue throughout the season. That doesn't mean that the team's going to be in a winning capacity, really, as far as the New Orleans Saints is concerned. So they may be looking to cut bait on a couple of players and getting into a more positive position for the offseason.
Well, that's the collision point between, the players playing the game and getting the maximum contracts and dollar amounts they can versus the business side of it. When the players get that flexibility or in a position to call their own shots, because they have the tenure behind them, Now the teams that they've built that tenure with is like, all right, you're a commodity that we have to maximize. And it's not, it's not personal. We understand you're a human being and emotions and feelings and community, connections and all that. But yeah, we got a team to, manage and keep progressing. So you are now worth, XYZ draft picks. Your contract is no longer something that we want to pay. So it becomes the business side of it. It's like, all right, hey, you served us well. Now you got to go, and we got to get somebody younger in here and better. That's the position. And at 36 years old, you're not gonna okay a trade to a rebuilding team unless you just really hate where you are, as a player. But then if you can, say, hey, I'm 36 years old, I'm gonna be a future Hall of Famer, I can still contribute. Now a team who was looking to, make the playoffs and make a run at it are like, hey, all right, we can do that. So, is if that's this team and he is the missing link, I would find that very hard to believe, but okay.
All right. I'd say this before we get out of this conversation. I think a player, one thing we have to probably give credit, give some attention to, is the fact that he's been there the entirety of his career. And if you've made home, you made friends, you made everything, your whole life revolves around New Orleans. And I don't know where the guy's from in the first place. I'm sure he ain't from New Orleans, but that's become his home. And I wouldn't be surprised if Cam Jordan, if broached with that option, didn't say, you know what, don't even worry about it. I'm going to retire. Just let me finish out the season. I'll be out of the door. Y'all can worry about whatever y'all got to worry about after that, but do not move me. I wouldn't be surprised if that came up, but I just cannot see him coming here after being a pivotal piece his entire career to, that's the hardest thing in the world for somebody who's past their prime and needs to be a rotational piece, to accept those terms and be a rotational piece. That's very hard to grasp. I could imagine if I would have played and I got to that point in my career, somebody told me you ain't no starter no more, you're going to have to take this role, how I would have bucked that. I would have been very resistant to that because I believe in my heart and in my mind what I am, but my body could be betraying me. You know what I'm saying? That's usually how it goes for most guys in that situation. So either way, if we ended up with Cam Jordan, I'd be ecstatic because I know he's an impact player, even at 36. But the likelihood of that happening, I'm on the red side of the negative side. I'm not green on that. I'm just going to say that. I don't think it's going to happen. So that's just my thoughts on it. Anything else Bears related, football related, Cam Jordan related before we move to other things? None? Oh, I can't believe you motherfuckers are quiet.
I'm just thinking. I think we're good. We're gonna so before we completely move off, because I'm sure that's where we're headed now. We're doing Sunday night, I assume, and then we got Monday for the live show.
Well, let's make a decision. Would you guys be okay doing Sunday and Monday? Or would you rather just go to Monday? But we've been doing, Nomad at Night every Sunday forever.
That is fair.
I'm gonna let you guys make that call. Let the No Maniacs help you out with it.
No Maniacs, let us know in the chat. Let us know in the chat what you want us to do. I'm gonna say the realest thing in the world. I'm down to skip Sunday night and rock and roll on Monday with Redemption Song football game. We'll play some Bob Marley and watch the Chicago Bears eat the Washington Commanders lunch together. That's my pitch to y'all. If y'all want us to come through on Sunday, let us know. Let it be known in the chat, and we'll make a.
Hey, can't you put a poll in the chat?
I probably could, but I don't.
Damn, I
feel
love it how you put it on me, man. I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not exactly sure how I do that.
Well, you
but-
know how that poll is gonna turn out, man. So they know me. If I guarantee you, they would be like, do Sunday and Monday. Shit, I know that's how they feel.
And there's Joseph Archer saying exactly that.
Hey, you know what, man? This just do what we normally do, man. Don't break stride.
We'll figure it out, man. Anyways, where we
yeah,
going?
I will do a hard 2 on Sunday.
So they saying Cam is from Arizona. What'd you say, Trips?
Hard 2 hours on Sunday.
Okay, that's fine. We can do a hardcore 2 if you want to do that. You need to do that, we can do it. All right. So have you guys heard about this feller here and this story here? Of course, it's on the thumbnail, of course.
The Dirty Sanchez.
So okay, let's just say Trips now, you know, I'm talking primarily to you now. Let's just watch the language and how we talk about the violence. You know, we just gotta be careful, man. That's all. And I'm gonna give you guys an overview of the story the way I understand it. So a few nights ago, I think it was on a Saturday night, Mark Sanchez is in downtown Indianapolis getting prepared for a game the next day. He's going to be announcing along with whoever that is he announces the game with. And he's out in the hotel. He's drinking and he's doing things. Whatever those things are, it's very vague at this point. All the details haven't come out, but I'm pretty sure Mark Sanchez has a hell of a PR team. He better, at this point, from some of the details I have heard, he better have a damn good public relations team to navigate this thing. Because some of the stuff that I heard, so the story goes, Mark Sanchez is out. He comes out of the hotel and I guess he's in a vehicle and he's driving through an alley. And there's this guy, a 69-year-old guy that's there doing his normal truck route runs. He's collecting used grease, basically, for some company. He's collecting used oil, cooking oil. And that's what he does all the time. He pulls up in that spot and they, offload all that dirty ass oil to this truck and he, caps his tank and he pulls out. Somehow or another, here comes Mark Sanchez down the alley, upset about this guy that's in this spot, maybe because he's driving, maybe because he's not, but he's upset because the guy is there. And all of a sudden, the conversation starts to happen and it starts to get belligerent. And Mark Sanchez gets a little too aggressive, overly aggressive. This is the way the story goes. And he tells the guy to move. He didn't move. And Mark Sanchez goes to get in this guy's truck. And that's when the confrontation started. Confrontation starts. Mark Sanchez, pushes this dude up against a wall and up against a dumpster. And the whole thing spills out. Either way it went, this guy, the 69-year-old guy, obviously felt in fear of a 38-year-old Mark Sanchez. Much more physically strong and built than this 68-year-old guy. I've seen pictures of him. I did not download those pictures because they're just a little too graphic for YouTube, in my opinion. And so I did not do that. And so the images of that guy after that confrontation took place, it ended up being this guy had to take a knife and puncture Mark Sanchez a couple times just to get him off of him. And it took him a while to even get him off of him because he used pepper spray on the guy first. And that didn't stop him. He kept going. And he ended up using the knife to puncture the guy and it wounded Mark Sanchez a couple times. And that's how it ended. He was surprised that he was cut. And that's what happened. And so Mark Sanchez, here's him after the incident. Stumbling down the street. He comes out of the alley, which is right behind Mark Sanchez. That's an alleyway. And he comes out of the alleyway with a puncture wound, a couple of puncture wounds to his chest, his upper body. And he stumbles into this bar / restaurant and gets help.
The 69-year-old man to the right?
No, that is Happy Halloween month to you all. We'll get to some of that a little bit later, man. It's just me being here. But that's the take on it. What do you guys think about this? This is crazy as shit to me.
I don't know what kind of take I can really have. Like I was, that was like basically what I was about to say. Storm Cloud Chases Radio. Cloud Chases Radio says that butt fumble changed that man's life, and like that was basically almost the exact thing that was running through my head. Life has not been the same for Mark Sanchez since that butt fumble, man. You know, there are worse teams in the NFL than the Chicago Bears, and one of them is definitely the New York Jets. You know, things to be said. Wow. So my boy, basically what you're telling me, he was a mid quarterback. Ouch. For a minute there, him and Mitch Trubisky had like a quarterback whisperer thing, and then they fired him, and which Mitch Trubisky turned into absolute trash. So I think that didn't work very well for Mark Sanchez either. You know, I don't know what to say here, man. So the homie got hammered, and he's cussing out old men, and he just messed with the wrong one. He messed with the old man who happened to be packing a knife and some pepper spray, and he got fucked up, and then got told on, and got sent to jail. Because,
by the way, kids, if you all, and I'm talking YouTube as well, anybody listening and watching this show wants to see those images, look at this old man and what happened to him. That man has a laceration in his face that looks like a $1.50. If you don't know what a $1.50 is, that means like if you're in jail somewhere, somebody has a razor blade and they hack you all the way across your face. This guy has a laceration all the way across the left side of his face, and it is graphic, like to where you can see his tongue.
Yeah, that would be some.
You're talking about Mark Sanchez, this?
No, the 69-year-old old guy.
Oh, so wait now. So you're saying that Mark Sanchez hacked him up?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying the man has a $1.50 on his face. You can see his tongue. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just telling you what I saw. So go Google it if you want to.
That would be a good Discord material. You know, put up in there and people go check that out. But yeah, it looks like Dirty Sanchez is in town, Indianapolis, ready to call the game the next day, Saturday night. He was feeling kind of right. He got oiled up and he's
no Diddy, huh?
No Diddy. And he's in the alley behind his hotel. Running wind sprints or doing whatever the hell he was doing back there. But obviously, it's not his job to tell people where they can park or where to put the trucks. And even if they did, his ass ain't supposed to be moving it. That's not your job. You know what I mean? So the things that happen afterward, you brought on yourself. So you know what I mean? So you feel bad for the working man who's out there, butt crack of dawn, sloppy.
Okay, we need a timeout now. Hold on. We need a timeout. So let me I just need to remunerate here for a minute. So Mark Sanchez was just out back in the alley behind his hotel running wind sprints.
It's unclear. But I saw that he was running wind sprints. That's why he was out.
Let me put some icing on this shit. Well, not icing. Let me put a couple of candles on it, and then we can all put some icing on it. This, and I'm just talking about from a street perspective, and somebody that's been around street narcotics and different things like that, and seeing the effects that these things have on people.
Where do you think I was going with this? Like, this is what I was trying to get it. Go ahead. No. You keep going. You please, because I need more context.
Oh, so to me, this isn't a regular I've had too much to drink incident. To me,
you did that.
So what is alleged of Mark Sanchez to me reeks of some other substances at play. Whatever you want to call them. I don't want to reach to conclusions for this point, but I'm telling you, this doesn't look or sound like, oh, I had too much to drink. This sounds like other substances could be allegedly at play here, man. There's no reason for someone to, at some point you had to realize this is an old man, and to pummel that old man, just go look at the images if you wanted to. Like, what the whole, like, it irritated me because unless this old man is literally trying to hurt me, and this story ain't exactly the way it's being portrayed, there's no reason in the world to attack that man like that.
Well, I mean, he's getting in dude's truck. Yeah, that like Lewis saying, that reeks of entitlement. Yeah, but it also sounds like some effects of the booger sugar, as well. That gets you a little amped up.
Yeah, see, that's where I was going. That's why it's.
I got another. This doesn't even look like that aggressive. This looks like that dust, boy.
That's the other one that you would go and do. You're right. That would also, but like, who does, like, you don't go around doing dust at like 38 years old after an NFL career and you got money and shit.
Yeah, you do. If you've never experienced nothing in your life, and
you got nothing else to do.
Yeah, you do. That's exactly what you do. You want to go out there and
you go fuck around and do dust.
I know. You know how many dope
That's
addicts?
just crazy, bro.
You know how many people I know waited till they 50 years old to start doing dope, had a successful life, and all of a sudden they get to a middle-age crisis and they start doing shit, trying to get young again. I don't know what the fuck they.
Yeah, but like, what dope were they doing?
Dust? All kinds. I don't know.
Dust seems kind of hardcore.
You know what I'm saying? Like, dust is just a little bit. It's a little bit like, where do you even find? You're in a weird city and coming out of a hotel.
Well, he could have brought it with him,
Yeah.
Where's he going?
He could have brought it with him.
Mark Sanchez got a dust dealer.
Well, if he does the dust, you got to have a dealer for it.
It's just wild to me, man. It's just a little bit crazy.
Hey, kids, trust me. Whenever I move, anything I want to do and get into, I already got to connect before I get there.
Look,
I'm just telling you.
Because dust heads like, hey, I'm in the area. I could use some dust. It's like, who got the dust? It's like, this is the best duster over here. It's like, bet. And then you get it like, woo. You communicate, and it's like, hey, when I'm in the area, I'm going to hit you up. Because, especially with a job, NFL broadcaster, all they're doing is traveling around the country and now the world, to call a game. On Sunday.
Should be wilding out. You should be wilding out back of the hotel, dust it out. That to me,
yeah. I mean, because it's Indianapolis. What else you gonna do?
Skied out. I can totally hear it. Skied out. I get it. But like the dust is just a little bit of a crazy. It's just a crazy thing.
That's hardcore.
You're really doing a thing here, and you have no.
You might want to.
You have no guardrails. You know what I mean? Like you're just wilding out in an alley.
Don't do drugs.
Somebody might want to. Y'all want me to inform people what dust is?
Drugs
sure.
Bad,
okay. You're gonna
go right ahead, man. One of y'all.
No. There's a scientific name for it.
It's called. Go ahead, man.
I'm putting it on. You volunteered for this one. You go ahead.
It's a psychotropic drug.
Yeah.
And it's called angel dust, and it will take you. I've known people in my life growing up that have taken that and have never, ever, ever come back from that. They are different. Like, it's a motherfucker that since I was growing up, this motherfucker still think it's 1978. And he walked.
Good year.
Literally walked to the park, this park by my house every single day. Grabbed him a can of beer, a bottle of beer, I can't remember what it was, and went and got him a pack of cigarettes and sat there and drink that motherfucker and smoke some cigarettes every single day at the same exact time, about 10:30, 10:45 every fucking day. Never fucking fails. It's like the Groundhog's Day to this guy. And
a good movie.
That and another guy that tried to stop a train.
That generally doesn't work out.
PCP, better known as phencyclidine. That is the effects of that are not what were displayed in just this description. He's coherent. Well, not coherent, but talking about move your truck, blah blah boo woo, getting in the truck trying to move it. That's more booger sugar behavior, and with a little bit of alcohol and a whole lot of entitlement, as opposed to a dust situation to where, it takes like 12 cops to arrest one of them.
Go Google that
He
man.
was not.
Google that victim's pictures, and you come tell me what that was.
Well, that was just a violent assault.
Like again, he's
No,
an athlete. He's in fantastic shape, and like if you're a quarterback and you're throwing these, bro.
Yeah,
I know some quarterbacks, man. My boy used to knock people out, like just. I'm just saying, you're trained to throw a football. You are also trained to throw a hand, and yeah, it might. You know what I mean?
And if he was on dust, he wasn't gonna stagger around to the corner to look for help. That's not a dust behavior. Dust behavior is I'm gonna keep going into my psychotic episode that I'm having in my head right now, and I'm gonna live that out. Whereas you might be a little high, a little fucked up, a little drunk, and be like, "Oh shit, I'm bleeding. Somebody call 911." You know what I'm saying? That's not dust behavior.
All you gotta do is see that guy's photos, and I'm telling you that I've seen coked up shit, man. I've seen all that. I've witnessed motherfuckers just outside of their mind that.
Yeah, but skied up and drunk at the same time could lead you in that capacity. Sherm's a whole other story. And just for those of you who have seen the awesome film Friday, that's the stuff that puts Smokey in the chicken coop.
Right.
That's why Smokey's in the chicken coop, y'all. Anyways, good old Sherm.
You'd be surprised the average mind that could just consume certain kinds of intoxicants and like certain shit like that, like what Louis Joyce got down there in the chat, like that would fuck me up like bad. I couldn't even compute.
Well, you weren't like everybody else.
I'm from the hood, like any kind of demons that I might have in the back side of my computer in my brain is going to come to the forefront, and all that shit's going to show up vivid and clear. Like some people haven't experienced enough, I guess, adversity in their lives, and that kind of thing. They want to see something different. I don't know what it is, but anything that would attract your average mind to something like that would make me stay away from it. That's why I don't do drugs. I never did. And I'm just saying this is a telltale. This is a case scenario of why you don't fuck around, man. There was more to this than alcohol, dog. Straight up, whatever it was, there is definitely more to it. We can argue about what it was.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that, but it was something more than alcohol here.
Yeah, I will say this, like, I don't really advocate people doing stuff like this, but if that's what you're about, to each his own. Be safe, man. You know what I mean? It's probably the best thing that I can say. Be safe with whatever your dealings are. Do it in a protected do it in a protected area where you are safe and you're not infringing on other people's safety. It's probably the best way that I can say this, man, because that's what's wild to me is like you're out behind your hotel getting laced in some capacity, and now you're inflicting you're inflicting pain on other people who are just innocent bystanders doing their day-to-day stuff. That's fucked up, man. Go to your mansion in Hollywood and do your sherm. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like if that's what you're about, go back home.
You go to the crib, you close the door, you pull the drapes, you turn off the phone, and you get high.
And you go wild out, man.
If you think it's that simple, boy, you don't know shit about no addiction, boy.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, though. It's something that living in not the spotlight, but in a public light,
brother.
Like he is and has been his career. So he was, quarterback, star quarterback, number one player on the football team. Now he's left that, and he's an announcer. So he's on TV. He's traveling around representing, that station and himself. You might want to, get a little oiled up, on the road. You're on a road trip. You're doing a little something. But you got to remember, you on a work trip, homie. You know what I mean? You just can't be out there wilding out.
You're a public figure,
No,
dude.
addiction don't work like that. Addiction don't work like that. Nope. It ain't got no fucking rhyme or reason to it.
That's not true, because there's functional addicts all over America. There are. At this point in 2025, the word functional addict is a reality. There's either you are, or you are just a complete liability. You know what I mean? Like in these scenarios.
Have you heard the term mommy gummies or mommy juice?
Even the most functional addicts.
Those are THC weed gummies. Mommy gummies.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And then mommy juice is wine.
Yeah, fair.
Even the most functional addicts, I've seen them all have a breaking point. All of them. The ones that fare very well and still kind of maintain to a certain extent, and then they broke down too. Every last one of them.
Well, I won't say every last one. I know many functional addicts, but
look at
also
this comment.
Could be an old sports injury, script and liquor. Oh shit!
A reaction to medication that he's on.
So maybe like some shit.
Opioids. Opioid, yeah.
You might have gave him a something for his lawyer to help him with right there.
Well, but he would already have to have that script.
Brother, that's not that ain't gonna help him. That's still no. You know what I mean? Like if you're out back in the alley, you're probably not getting the script. Like
this comment's even better. Read that one. Anybody?
You never know. No. He may have CTE. That could be a possibility also.
No.
Yeah, I mean, CTE and that's. You just never know, because people be wilding out, and you just
there's some strong asses. There's some strong asses out there when he hit his head on that ass. That might have
that's where the CTE.
That right buttock was too muscular. That gluteus maximus.
Damn,
the strong ass he ran into, bro. I'm just saying, man. That'll boggle your mind, bro. I'm just saying.
Solid steel ass, solid steel booty in New York, man. That's what's.
Man,
that's
he done fucked up. That's what happened.
He better have he's gonna need he's gonna need millions of dollars worth of lawyers.
Yeah, what's my man Bill Duke from Menace to Society? You fucked up.
Yeah, no, you don't fucked up.
You done fucked up, right?
Hey, so you wrap this up, man, really quick. There is
don't do drugs, kids.
That's number one.
Okay.
Number two is let the story play out. Let's see what actually comes out in court, because it started off as a misdemeanor and it got elevated to a level 4 or 5 felony. And that's
but here's the thing though that we haven't seen yet is the video. Because in the dock area, guess what hotels have? Cameras. But that footage would not be released this fast.
But
so in order for them to have increased those charges like that,
you got it.
They done seen some shit.
That's exactly what happened. It was like, oh, you came in and you messed up. All right, we'll just give you a misdemeanor. We'll call it a day. You cut out. It's not a big deal. You're fine. Oh shit! You beat the daylights out of this 69-year-old man for no good reason. Tried to steal his whip and then spill oil all over the place. What the fuck just happened? Yeah, we're gonna slide you up inside of the jail for a little bit. See how things go.
Hey, if I was him, the first thing I would do is admit myself. I forget what the statute is called, but there's a federal statute where you can admit yourself to a hospital for 2 to 3 weeks of review, whatever you need to do.
Psychological review, you're talking?
Yeah, man, that's what I would do. That's to me the only way to. And I hope that doesn't help him skirt accountability, but God,
no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. I mean, because if they increase those charges like that, and there is something on tape that was like, dude, what are you doing?
He's not crazy.
he could go to any kind of anonymous or rehab or that he wants to. It's like, all right, yeah, when you out, your ass is ours. So yeah, you got
He's
that
not.
to look forward to.
You're not crazy.
Shout out.
And in
shout
Indiana too. Oh, come on,
Yeah,
son.
yeah. That's a whole other thing. We'll talk about that in some other point. But, hey, listen, shout out and much love and peace and love to the guy that 69-year-old guy. I don't give a shit what.
Yeah, out
the
there
hell
working,
happened, man. You don't jump on no motherfucker that old, man.
working.
Well,
I mean, it could be a 69-year-old motherfucker that will fucking make you do something to him.
I'll say some different things. I'm not the old ass man out. I don't give a shit. He deserved it. There's that. The second thing is this. I'm sorry.
I feel you on that, kids. I mean,
with you.
depends on the guy.
Brother, it had to be done, and I did it, and I'm proud of it.
Hey, do what you got to do.
That being said, that old man, again, prayers out to him. He should not have experienced any of that. But I can guarantee you, it won't take. It doesn't take Better Call Saul Goodman to get him a little bit of get right for his old age moving forward. So I think
because I'm suing CBS or whatever network he's on. I'm suing NFL.
CBS,
they're gonna have no liability here. It's just
that's fine because they will just push it down and it'll be a nice little settlement out of court where I make my nice couple $1 million from Mr. Butt Fumble, and I never have to mess with oil ever again.
Right, because
greasy again. But y'all gotta let me go to the next subject because it's also
your money, my boy.
It's also football related. Have you heard this story about the Cardinals coach, the Arizona Cardinals coach, stealing off on a dude, DeMarcado? I can't remember his first name right off the top of my head. DeMarcado, number 31 for the Cardinals, guy that I've considered in fantasy a couple of times. So this guy, DeMarcado, gets into the end zone, and this fucking thing that keeps happening with these fucking players, they get into the end zone or partially get past the goal line and don't completely get past the goal line, and they let go of the ball.
And I got 12 seconds. Can I show it?
Hold on, I'm finna show you. You see
you got it?
You can pull it up if you want to.
Okay. So, how are you, DeMarcado?
Show the first one. The first one you see.
You're gonna see you'll see the whole. It's a good version of the clip.
Wait, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I thought you're talking about the pictures down there. You show the clip afterwards. So what I want to show you is this is hold on a second. Let me and if you want to show that clip a little bit later, we can show that.
Okay.
All right. Let's get down here to the picture. This is post fumble. This is post fumble. You can see number 70. DeMarcado is number in the 31 right down here in the middle. He's got two guys consoling him like, hey, man, this ain't the end of the world. Blah, 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 man. It's going to be all right. Just make a play. And there's the coach over there in the white hat, top left. And you see him now coming into the screen. And the thing is, he hit the guy twice. He stole on him the first time. And on the way out, this is what it looked like when he was leaving the situation. You can actually see that. I'm sorry about the blurry picture, you guys. Man, this is just the way it looked. And this is him on the way away from me. He just socked him. On the way, he socked him once, and then you socked him again. First of all, I'm a.
You mean like socked him like
let me pull this down and let Kez play that video. Just it needs to be quick though.
It's 12 seconds of video, bro. So we should be good. And it also shows what DeMarcado did to sort of ingratiate this type of reaction. Thank you. Here we go. And enter the coach here. He mad, y'all.
All right, what am I looking at?
Hit him once, twice.
So where is he hitting him?
You see it? Oh, that's a good shot.
What did he slap him on his arm?
One more time. Watch this motherfucker. He hitting him now. Then he hit him
pounding him in his
again.
chest.
What kind of shit is that?
Yeah, that is a little different.
So as you can see in the bottom there, that was basically what was happening with Amari DeMarcado. He had a real nice run, and he was off to the races, trucking right into the end zone, and basically got to the line, and just like fumbled the ball. Like it's not even a fumble. It's like
started celebrating,
nonchalant celebration. Just chucked the ball, and from a timing perspective, he did it just before getting to the line, and the ball bounces out the back, and it's a touchback. And to make matters worse, the Arizona Cardinals lose by I think a field goal at the end of this. That 7 points win them the game, and the head coach loses his mind when he sees this player on the sidelines, reads him the riot act. Everybody's sort of hugging him up, going, "Dude, yeah." And the reality is, and me and Nomad talked about this a little bit yesterday too, and it was Nomad was like, "Man, if I don't care what kind of coach."
Hold on, man. Let me say my piece. Go ahead.
You go.
All right, look, I'm gonna just tell you what it is, man. I'm with all that shit when it comes to football. When it comes to football, I'm with all the shit. But even as a football player, there's with it all. There's a certain line you ain't fucking crossing with me. And depending on who you are, I say this. I think coaches know who they can do shit to and who they can't do shit to. Who they can get away with something with and who they can't. Me? Oh, instantly. The minute you put your hands on me, I can't live with that. I cannot. That's just not. Instantly, my instincts. Trips knows this, man. He's from around here. But you taught in your life, anybody puts their hands on, I don't give a fuck who they are. Get on his ass. For whatever that's worth, whatever that ends up being, you get on his ass. For sure. There's no debating it. Ain't nothing to be talked about at that point. Once you put your hands on me, this is what it is. This is going to be your eye. Fucking Petey. Off the Little Rascals, man. This is what your eye going to look like with a bunch of information under that shit. That's just the way it is, man. You don't put your fucking hands on me. You can talk to me. You can cuss me out. You can dog cuss me to a certain extent. But I'm going to fuck you up. You put your hands on me. And that's just the way it should be. Keep your
tape.
What happened to the days of when you get emotional? It's like you grab a player by the front of the pads, by the neck, not shaking him around them, but you grab him, you get in his face and talk to him. Or you grab him by his grill and go, "I need the ball. Bring me that ball." And you smack him and send him out there. I mean, there are times you get physical, but that walk away shot from the coach just looked punitive. Like he was just pissed off and just wanted to take it out on somebody, as opposed to a coachable moment that was like, "Look, man, you fucked up. You probably cost us the game, but don't do it anymore because we need you. You need to mature." And then you pound him in the chest, because he's wearing fucking pads. And so it's it's not to hurt him, but it's like, "You hear me?" That kind of thing. Or you pound him on the shoulder pads because guess what? They're pads. So I think there's a difference in how you communicate, how you touch, or how you're physical. But there are times when, as a coach, I could understand you being physical, not like a child, but pound him and it's just like, "Hey, you hear me? You got me?" Slap him on the side of his helmet. Because guess what? It's a fucking helmet. You're not hurting them. So that's kind of a coach-player relationship, in my opinion, my view.
So in discussion, I love this picture right now. I'm feeling it. It's just I'm serious. It's reminding me of my childhood and stuff. That's awesome. I don't get to see the Little Rascals very frequently. And anyways, the one thing about it is that after the coach kind of slugs him and walks off, he didn't even turn to acknowledge the fact that his coaches hit him, because he clearly felt like an absolute piece of trash.
Already.
You know what I mean? In that moment, he did. Nomad sort of saying, you know what, like, don't touch me like that. I would snap on you. And with all due respect, most of us would, and most of us should, except in those situations where it's like, yeah, you know what, like, somebody should probably punch me right now, because I you know what I mean? Like, I really screwed up. Like, I screwed up royally, and I know it, and there's really no denying that fact. So in the end, ultimately, they fined Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, $100,000. I don't know where the 100,000 goes, but like, hopefully it's going to Petey and Buckwheat.
Charity or something.
Yeah, like, I think Buckwheat could
I
use.
just got a question, fellas. I got one question.
And they're not letting Buckwheat.
And this is just some manhood thing. It's a manhood thing for as far as I'm concerned, and it ain't about machismo, being macho about anything. It's just about standards. What will you do? What won't you do? What will you accept? What won't you accept? And there's a line you can't cross with me. There's a line you can't cross with a lot of men. I ain't the only motherfucker in the world that feels like this. And, you got to live with this forever. This on video forever. You raising your kids, and, kids be like, man, you trying to tell your kids what to do. Sit your ass down before I do something to your little ass. And they be like, you ain't do shit to that coach that socked you in your shit. Why you want to jump on me? It's just principles to this shit, man. Football is football. It's a very aggressive.
So now you're going too far, and like,
I'm not going too far. You gotta live with that forever. Like, you don't let no man put their hands on you.
Like I say, I hear what you're saying, but even Cloud Chasers is saying in the chat, like, he knew he kind of deserved that one. You know what I mean? Like,
nobody deserved that, bro. Nobody. Nobody deserved to have hands put on them because of a fucking football game. If that happens in the locker room between players.
So thank you. That's what I was about to say. So
there's motherfucking hands to yourself, coach.
There's degrees of this that where I do agree with you, right? I'm not in like full. I don't think he deserved it, but I think he felt he probably did. You know what I mean? Like, he probably felt that way. Same token, does he deserve to have that happen in a public forum like that? No. Under no pretenses, realistically, does anybody deserve that? Like, I have to the in public, in front of the world, that's fucked up. You deserve $100 million fine, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not cool.
It is that serious to me, Cloud Chasers.
Yeah, I mean, it's not cool in a public setting. That's not cool. To say that it's somewhat less cool in a locker room is one thing, but like, then you get a $20 or $50 million, $50,000 fine. You know what I mean? The fine goes down, but the world doesn't see this, right? And that's I think there's something to be said in that in the publicness of the action.
Man, I just don't know what this world has come to. I don't recognize this game anymore, because now in 2025, are you telling me coaches are not allowed to hit the players on the sidelines, nor are players allowed to kiss their teammates in the locker room? I mean, what are we coming to?
There's lines you can't cross, man.
Why are we
made that there is lines you cannot cross? Like I understand DeMarcado's position. He's already he's one of those players they can cut him tomorrow and it'd be just bat an eye, get another running back. I understand that position. But at the same time,
maybe that's how we get ourselves a running back, right there.
That is some principles to this life. You cannot allow yourself as a man to have another man putting his fucking hands on you. Just can't. Now, if you want to be respected as a man, ain't nobody gonna respect you when people putting their hands on you like that. You can't do that to me, man. You just can't.
Like I say, it's one of those things. If you feel principled about it, I get it. I fully understand it. In the moment, if I was Amari DeMarcado, I might look at it and be like, you know what, God damn it, I fucked up, man. I kind of deserve this one. So I'll take the lick. That's the worst that's going to happen. I'll take the lick. In a public setting, I may also not take the lick. I might snap on you, and I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It all depends on how I'm feeling that day. In the locker room, same answers, right? I might take the lick. I might knock you out. It all depends how I'm feeling that day. Do I think coaches should be hitting players? I don't. I can't really advocate for it, but I can understand it. He messed up, man. He messed up with there's no recourse, reasoning. There's nothing to suggest. You know what I mean? There's nothing to excuse or suggest here that bodes positive.
For the sake of time, and we'll just wrap this up. My face is like PD right now, and with my thoughts, and it's just like, really. And Buckley's down there like, yeah, I ain't having it. I ain't having it. None of that shit, man. That's just the way it is. But that's football, and you just got to draw a line somewhere, man, because it's very, very emotional, and sometimes the emotions just flow over, and that's really what happened there. And he just was out of line. That's just all it is.
Looking being all one pace.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Let
me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
And that is, so have you ever heard of Mount Weather?
I have.
Okay. So let me just do this. Let me do this before we get started with that. Because all you military people,
intro incoming.
All the military people in here, stand up. This is your time to shine right now, because we're going to go into a little military scenario for all the people out there. I know we got some veterans in the camp right now. So let me start it off with this. So let me just start it off this way, and we'll just take you through a scenario. So as of this point, there's nobody on the planet that hasn't heard of the 9/11 attack that happened in New York City in 2001. And so what happened that day? What happened that day triggered something inside the U.S. government, and it's a red alert code, and the code was COG. Continuity of government after this attack. What happens after that? Anybody have any idea before I carry on and go forward with this? What does that mean? Trips or kids?
That means that they went to find George Bush, who was reading to children, and told them that there was an attack, and they grabbed him and then took him to an underground bunker, which leads to Mount Weather.
Okay. You told the whole story, but go ahead, Trips.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this individual attack, I don't know that this ever happened, that I know of. This red alert code was triggered. COG is the code, continuity of government. This happened after the 9/11 attack. What happens after that is this. This is what happens. These F-22 Raptors scramble Air Force One and take the president and everybody in his cabinet, essential members of his cabinet, have to be moved to a place where they can continue the continuity of government, right? And so this is what happened after 9/11. Now, at this point, there's no telling what facility he was taken to, but what we're going to be talking about tonight is this, and that is Mount Weather. This is a Mount Weather overview image. This is what it looks like from a drone footage or some 3D image. I did the coloring on this so you guys can see it a little bit better. This is situated somewhere. I might be mistaken when I say West Virginia on here, because it could be between West Virginia and Virginia, but it's somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains. And so this thing was a big time. You want to talk about conspiracy theory, kids and Trips? This particular place, the folklore is crazy with this. Absolutely insane. And some of the conspiracy theories that carry on and some of the conversations, they are not as thick as they are, let's just say back then. Let's just say back in 2001 and before that. the conspiracy theories were thick about this because nobody could really get to this place and answer any of the questions that people have. And so where there's questions, there's going to be a lot of conspiracy, right? So this is an underground bunker, one of the facilities that the United States has as a contingency plan to facilitate continuity of government. So let me stop right here. Any thoughts on this right now as we speak, Cares and Trips?
Well, I'm not sure where we're going with all this, so I don't really have any thoughts. I do know a fair amount about.
There go my Marines in here.
And I know a fair. Oh, hoorah! There's a fair amount of. I've a fair understanding of Mount Weather and not necessarily its locale, although the locale is specific to the Pentagon, right? You want to have something that is semi-easily accessible, especially from an underground bunker perspective, where you could also travel underground if there was some sort of an airstrike on the Pentagon. So that there's speculation that there's an underground there are underground tunnels that lead to this bunker being Mount Weather, as well as a few others, potentially Denver Airport among.
Let me just show you what some of the speculation says about how this thing is constructed. And this is kind of what, this is all speculation about what this thing is supposedly, what it supposedly looks like. And so as you can see on the left-hand side, you can see the underground levels. There's 7 levels to this thing. If this is anywhere near correct, this is a deep. And so let me say this. All of these bunkers, there's apparently speculation is there's multiple all around the country. And these were born out of necessity because of the in the 40s, I think, when there's nuclear bomb was made and, people start making contingency plans on what if this thing was lobbed on us, how would we respond to it? How would we keep our government going? So this is what some of this is born out of, somewhere in the 40s, I believe. And so look at this thing, man. This is the underground levels. Look at it. There's 7 layers. That's not just dirt you got to dig through. That's rock. That's earth. You got to dig through to get down that deep. And so if a nuclear bomb hit this thing, I don't know how it penetrates that deep. And to the left, you can see the open face, the entry level. This is the face of the mountain that it's built out of. You can just drive your car right on through there, and then you got to go through probably elevators and all kinds of different stuff to get to wherever level you're going to be working at. And then you can see on the bottom right there is an inside look, supposedly of the facility. There's rafters there. This has got to be, I just imagine what kind of money was spent on this, man. Do you think
dollars at work?
You think it's necessary?
Well, of course it's necessary because there are those, in the government that are like, hey, we run shit. We want to make sure we continue to run shit. We got unlimited money at our disposal. We're important. We got to make sure we're protected. So they have these, things all around the country. It's not just Mount Weather. There's the one kids mentioned. There is Arizona. There is New Mexico. They're all over the place because they never know what emergency may be, what the emergency may be. So, they have these things, but I mean, that ain't nothing but Umbrella City. You know what I mean? That's what's the name of the movie? Mila Jovovich.
That one is
Raccoon City. Umbrella Corporation.
That's
Resident Evil.
Yeah, that's Umbrella Corporation, Raccoon City. Yeah, that ain't nothing but that. But some things that you don't think about, of course they got to have the food storage and pantry and water and a way to get rid of your sewage, make sure you can breathe all the way down there.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Trips, I'm glad you mentioned that because it's reported that not only does it have, the main thing they wanted to make sure they secured was a broadcasting station for the president. And so that any kind of communications that need to come out of the government broadcasted to the people, they set that up and satellite fixed it above them so that he can broadcast from to the people and let them know what's going on. And also, reportedly, what's inside here is a crematory. And so that if people were not to survive anything that's going on underground, they have a place to safely dispose of that human being.
Those
That's
remains. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you gotta have all of that. But you also have to have, one of these sections, a simulated daylight kind of space to make you think that you're outside or in park, that you can see the sky. Because as human beings, we are creatures that need the sun and the vitamin, what is it, D12, to survive. We're not mole people. We're not made to live under the earth like that. And you also have to take into consideration the psychological effects, because people be like, yeah, we'll prep and we'll get ready and we're safe under here, with the military and the cabinet and everybody. But it's like psychologically, people freak out. And it's like they are afraid in this situation, as human beings are apt to be. And so how will they process that internally? Will they take it out on the fellow people that are, enclosed with them? And if everybody's on edge and kind of not themselves, will they be able to process when somebody else is coming at them? It's like, logically, you're like, okay, you're upset because we're trapped underground, whatever the emergency is above is going on. We're worried about that. But I understand you're taking it out on me and I need you to breathe. It's like, nah, fuck that. You're going to choke the shit out of them too. So, I mean, now you're underground and it's like, I just don't see I see the benefits as a country to say, hey, our leadership is safe and we can continue to run the country. But as a citizen, I ain't going down there.
Man, sometimes the chat is brilliant. So the first thing to be said is
Minister Charles. You talking about Minister Charles? Go ahead.
Well, I was actually talking about a couple of things, but Minister Charles is a big chunk of it. He's telling us live and direct that there is part of this.
We said it was born out in the 40s, man.
Well, whatever the time frame is, it's hard to say what the real time frame is. It was definitely well before 9/11. 9/11 is an example of when it was actually utilized. So that's sort of why Nomad would have used that 9/11. It was the first time that folks, that we've had reported evidence of them grabbing a president, a sitting president, because of an attack on the United States soil and moving him to one of these said bunkers. In this case, being Mount Weather. I'm bringing up the fact that he's bringing up Fort Drum. I had no idea that anything like this was that close to me here in Canada. Like where I am in Canada is not far from Fort Drum. It's about maybe an hour and 50, maybe an hour and a half away. Like it's super, super close to me. So that explains that. I had a feeling, because I do know we have them in Canada. Don't get it twisted. I had a feeling that there's probably some level of connection between a bunker in the US and a bunker in Canada.
And kids, I'm always astounded about what I don't know. This, like Minister Charles might be talking about, is just it might be way more than we even fucking know.
It's huge. There's an entire and this, I'm going to get to something Richard Long is saying here too. There's an entire network of these that are all connected, right? And this is what he's saying is there's one in Fort Drum, New York, and he would know because he did a lot of military stuff at Fort Drum, New York, and that's things I know about Minister Charles. I also know a little bit about Fort Drum, New York. Not that they had a bunker, but there's a fair amount of military work being done there. There has been for decades. That being the case, if that's connected to the overall network, I have a strange feeling that it's probably connected to the Canadian version of all this too, which starts with what they call the Diefenbunker. Diefenbunker it's the beginning of the Canadian version of what we're talking about, and it was put in place in and around like atomic bomb times It's just never been utilized because there's never been an attack on Canadian soil where we would get evidence that it's been used, right? So I have a feeling that those are connected as well. And that would just go not just across your country, but into mine too, in a situation where, as Richard Long is saying, after they start war to destroy Earth, they build a place for them to survive. And it's a little bit of vice versa. They build a place for them to survive so that they can
Destroy
start a war. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to know where you're going before you can provoke people along those lines. So my only beef with this as a general topic, and it's not really like a beef, but it's a beef, is like, who gets to go? Who are the chosen ones?
I'm glad you brought that up, Kez, because I want you to do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Turn on that button that you have next to you, that is that narrator voice, and I want you to read this, because these are the facts that I researched, and these are it. Go ahead, take off. These are the facts.
Facts. I'm going to do this with an accent. Mount Weather is not a shelter capable of sustaining humanity after an apocalypse. It is a common misconception. Mount Weather is an emergency operations center that can facilitate up to 2,000 official personnel, sleeping up to 300. It is designed for continuity of government purposes, short term. And I can smell the bullshit in that statement from here. I don't know about the rest of it.
Go ahead, take off on it.
Well, I'm just saying that they're telling you that. First off, you just saw seven levels of mess there, right? There's a lot more mess.
You tell them what's on those levels, though. What they had, like somebody was talking about, I think it was Trips, talking about light and having to have that that vitamin D there is definitely a space to have that. I'm just imagining they've made provisions for that. And so whatever level that's on, you got some of that going on too. Some growing of plants and all that kind of shit needs to happen.
You gotta have a greenhouse, you gotta have a pool, you have a haberdashery. You have to have the things that will sustain. But if Mount Weather is not that facility, a long-term thing, there are other facilities that are more suited for that. So, I mean, Mount Weather might be that short term, get you there. What's going on? We good? Okay, cool. Or it could be, we get you there. We good? No, we got some bombs flying at us from all over. All right, you back to Air Force One. We going to one of these long-term facilities. So they got short-term, they got long-term, they got stuff that they won't ever use because it's the government's. They got our tax money. We can't get universal health care.
They're not really telling people. They weren't really, they weren't trying to go and tell people that this even existed. This was like in the 90s. This was all speculation.
Hey, kids, you have no idea how many people I've checked this out, man. How many people really count on these facilities, or this facility in particular? The way they think of this facility, this is the reason why I made this graphic, is because there's a lot of misconceptions about what this is and what it can facilitate. And you might be right. You're probably right, kids, that it's a goddamn lie. They probably do way more than they're telling people information. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of people that think this is a world saver. This is a humanity saver. And that if something really, really went left, that they can count on Mount Weather to facilitate humanity. And I don't think that's true. It's a 200,000 square foot place as of now, and no telling how big it is underground. But it's just one of those things where, hey, am I invited to this dance? I don't know.
That's
Probably
what I'm trying to say.
Well, Trips ain't invited because he like feet and shit. Nobody want to be bothered with that shit. And it's just, I think you have to have a special skill set. Like they're gonna make sure they put engineers, agricultural people, all this kind of stuff, scientists, doctors, make sure all that kind of personnel is down there so that when they can come above earth again and begin building again, you have those kind of essential people to do.
Like astronauts.
Yo,
Right.
shout out Beldar Conehead and Dequatu for showing up again, man. But big ups to both of y'all. I will find a way to get my ass to Mars. I'm just telling you, there's gotta be a bunker on Mars that I can hold it down in case of bullshit. I don't know. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know who's invited to this thing. This is the immediate question mark. Like a cool little show. I don't know if anybody's watched it. It's a show called The 100.
I just started watching it, kid.
Did you really? Oh man, it's
probably a week ago.
It's a cool show. I enjoyed it. I watched it from front to back. It also sucks at the same time. So take it for what it's worth.
Stop talking, man. You're gonna fuck around and say something.
I'm not gonna really say very much here. I'm just gonna say that Mount Weather is in the show. That's the reason that I'm bringing it up. It's they in the show they had speculated that Mount Weather is like where they kind of want to wind up because it's been prepared for them to survive after.
You're already talking too much, man.
I'm relax. I'm done.
Well, but that's the show, but it's also, real life.
Yeah.
Because the people that you mentioned, of course, you got to have your doctors and your med bays and surgical suites and all that stuff. But you're going to have the haves, if you will, that could purchase their way in.
You see, Adam said it's about that money.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because it's always about that.
You got it.
And if it's not the actual physical paper money, it becomes a resource thing. What do you own that you can sign over that we want? Because the dollar amount, first ticket starts at 50 million per person. And if you got you're gonna take your wife, your kids, or whoever you think, and so that's 50 mil per person, and you get to live down there and like you're first class citizen, because there will be people down there who are just there to serve. Your cooks, your cleaners, your maids, your butlers, and, they're going to be your workers for those who want that little personal massage touch at times.
About 5 minutes. For about 5 minutes until they revolt and realize they can kill you for no money.
Right.
That's
unalive.
Part of my bad, YouTube. I'm sorry, YouTube.
Yeah, but they also have military protection as well.
Fair, right?
You know what is terrifying about this, if you really want to focus on it, is we live in a time where people really speculate about a lot of things, and that whole 31 Atlas that I don't want to do with y'all no more. That you combine that to all of there's also a story out there about the San Andreas fault and something about I can't remember the actual term of this kind of earthquake, but it's a different kind of earthquake that can be very much more impactful than a regular earthquake. I just can't think of the name of it, but there's a lot of speculation that we're starting to rise in levels of people are projecting that a lot more is wrong with the earth than we are willing to be talking about. And so for those people out there that really pay attention to this kind of stuff, Beldar Conehead and everybody, man, these things, we live in a time that's frightening for a lot of people that can't really process the stuff and keep being a regular person at the same time. It's absolutely terrifying to a lot of people, bro.
You're just bumping into this stuff now, aren't you?
I'm just saying before we get off of this, because I got something else funnier to talk about.
Okay. It's like this is stuff that I started looking into many. I'm gonna say in and around 1993-ish, maybe even before. It might even been 1990. Like I started looking into these things. The San Andreas fault situation is it's scientific. It's not folks speculating. It's a scientific thing. At some point, you know what I mean. At some point, squirrels may wind up in the ocean. It's just what they're saying. The better part of California, Seattle, Vancouver may just be swallowed up. what they're saying. That also would include the other side because of the then rising tide, which means that, you know, the stuff we saw that happened in New Orleans more recently is slated to likely happen again. And let's include Florida, which is on a peninsula, very likely to happen. These are just scientific speculations with respect to tectonic plates and fault lines. What that is sounds pretty straightforward. As far as these bunkers are concerned, I think Scrolls probably put the Scrolls can swim.
The red bear can go deep.
Scrolls, man, you probably put the most poignant thing into the chat here today, and it ain't just that you can swim, is where can you swim to, right? So if you got $50 million and you're like, damn, I should buy myself into the bunker and live with.
I'm listening to Louis Joyce, man. And I'm gonna read what he says before I bounce to the next thing we need to talk about. And I'm gonna really need you all, Louis Joy, and all the military veterans that are watching this show, whether you in the chat or not. This is when you hit the subscribe so you can get in the goddamn chat, because this is for you. I'm gonna read this. He says, money would mean nothing.
Yeah.
How would you get it?
Yeah.
This wouldn't be a movie. Those Marines train for certain things, and I'm telling you right now, I got some Marine homeboys that know some things. You know, this is a certain scenario that these guys practice for, and everything that they do to train to be a Marine. Like, you got to listen to Louis Joyce right now. This ain't gonna be a movie.
Louis Joyce is saying some interesting stuff, but money, like all the modicums of control, sir, right? And that's how that's going to work. In order to have the slaves that Triple R just described, they're going to have to control the supply of those resources that you just listed there. And the only way you can control that, A, is with a military, B, is through some level of new currency that you put into place. It's just how you work it, whether it's bottle caps or crypto. You know what I mean? However you decide to do it, that's how it's done. You control those resources until somebody revolts because they recognize that money means nothing, right? Like that's how that all.
Whatever the value is, it may not be the fiat currency, but whatever the value is or valuable. But I would think that now, if let's say you have a underground facility, it's not a wait until the emergency happens and invite people. You know, these people already have their reservations, and you know, at the time of the reservation, cash is still cash. So you know, so
well,
money
and that's why they have to keep up appearances and make sure that, again, that money is protected, that status is protected, have that military work for them in some capacity. This is why they have to implement some sort of monetary system. In any event, I think Scrolls said the most important thing. Like, I have a strange feeling that if nuclear warfare was to hit North America and basically level it, I think the Caribbean gonna be fine, y'all. I'm just putting it out there straight up and down. I think
after a big huge earthquake.
Well, hold on. Caribbean, how does the Caribbean fare? You know, in your example of Florida being flooded because of rising tides. You know, that island ain't gonna be no island no more. It's just gonna be
that might be a situation. You know what I'm saying? That might be a situation if, again, we are talking about that, and the certain islands get swallowed up. That is possible too. You never know, given those fault lines. That's very possible.
I like Richard Long's comment though.
What's he saying?
He said Boston Robotics could supply the labor for these underground facilities. They already have the droids. So we're talking about AI and robotics being the labor force. You know, they wouldn't have done that previously because the tech is really just now getting to that point.
Interesting.
Right. But going forward, yeah, sure. Definitely.
I'm gonna say this, man, before we get to the next subject. It is there is all kinds of reasons to And why do I keep pushing this whole doomsday scenario? It's because there's a lot of people, including myself, that was open up to a world where everything ain't, you can't count on, things to be governed correctly. Things can happen. And those are things that your average person doesn't have the bandwidth to think about, and how to go about these things in the event of some kind of situation is for everybody to try to figure out. I'm just trying to open the eyes to people, for people to see things for what they are, and and this is the truth, man. These facts about Mount Weather, what happened during 9/11, these bunkers and all that kind of stuff. That's all real deal stuff that's going on in our society. Plus, probably 1,000 times more than we able to talk about on the show. But the thing is, be prepared for things, because the world ain't a perfect place. It's a very mean and ugly place, and shit happens. All it takes is one mistake, and shit happens. So we just leave that there. But I can tell you this for sure. Have you guys ever heard of an MRE?
Meals ready to eat.
Thank you. This is a set of MREs. Now, in this world that we're talking about right now, this is a big, huge thing. This is not, now you can order MREs. This was a military thing where military just only had access to it. You had to know somebody. Now you can get them. You can go to an Army surplus supply store and get you a bunch of them. You can go all over the place. You can get MREs. Let me tell you something about these things, man. So I was working at an emergency response company again. And this guy was one of those kind of people, those kinds of military people. He wanted to train us in all the things that he was trained in. And this was one of them. So one day I come in the office, and he had every single person that was working on that assignment. And this is probably about 18 people on that day. Grab an MRE. Get what you want. If it's not what you want, just take one anyway. And I'm going to teach you how to use these things. And so these things have little heating plates inside it. They have all kinds of little goodies inside there. You can look at this. Trips, tell me what you see on the screen here.
All right. It looks like we got some powdered water crystals there in the back, different flavors. Look like a lemonade, a pink lemonade, like a cherry and an orange. Then you have dishes going from left to right in bowls of some kind of pasta.
Stroganoff.
Stroganoff, there you go. And then the second bowl is a different stroganoff. Then the third bowl is like a rice and vegetable something. And then that last bowl looked like he got some marshmallows or some shit in there. I don't know what the hell that is. But yeah. And then on the bottom, you got your crackers, you got some cookies, you got salt, you got pepper, you got some sweet tarts. Looks like that nasty ass Halloween candy, some sunflower seeds, little thing of nuts and raisins.
Man, I
like
love sweet tarts.
mix kind of thing.
Are those sweet tarts or rockets? Those look like rockets to me.
Those sweet tarts. And then,
so you got a little everything.
In the middle right, those are freeze-dried fruits.
Okay, that's what those are. Yeah, those look like those Halloween ass candies. But yeah, you got calories, you got sugars, you got proteins. You have enough of a makeup of ingredients that will keep your body going in these little packets.
From what I learned, and Louis Joyce, you can tell me if this is true or not, if anybody explained this to you, but the way I was explained about MREs, this is my first time coming in contact with any of this shit. This is a very starch heavy diet that they put in there. You got everything from on the left all the way over. You got stroganoff looking something. You got some chili mac looking something. You got some kind of
non-keto. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all starch heavy. And I remember this from, my football
diabetes up.
It will, but it will give you quick energy.
Yeah, the soldiers,
so you can crash with your diabetes. You know what I mean? Like that's shit. I wouldn't want to have nothing to do with any of this personally. If shit hit the fan, I would want to have me a nice hydroponic machine and maybe some level of access to fish. Like that's probably how I would look at it. If you could get like an aquarium with some level of fish in there and just have them populate over time. Like this is a bit of a serious thing I'm suggesting, but there's your protein and you have yourself some good salad, man.
Well, here's the setup. If you have, the resources to have an underground bunker, you got land, that's all good. But if you're in the city and you want to, make your house or apartment as resource friendly as possible, like Eds was saying, is get you a fish tank. And if you have the space, you want to get a couple tanks, that grow fish big enough to eat, like panfish, because they're not as long, but they're wider. But you have the filter set up to a PVC pipe system, and you drill out holes and you plant vegetables in them. And you have the water pumping up through the.
Oh shit! You're putting everything together now. You're a smart guy, bro. That's brilliant.
You're talking about hydroponics and shit.
Oh no, he's connecting
hydroponic go ahead, kids.
And he's connecting the hydroponic pump system to the aquarium pump system.
Yeah. So your aquarium is feeding the plants with the fish poop, and it's filtering the water as it comes back through. So you have your fish tank, and it takes a while to get the fish, edible size. But as long as they're reproducing, you can eat the fish. You can have whatever fruits and veggies you're growing up there. But you also need to have power to have a grow light. Some sort of solar or Jenny, because you got to have light on those.
We got to fucking do a whole show because of what you just said. We got to do a whole section of the show talking about hydroponics, because you cannot explain that in your conversation. Trust me. Somebody needs that illustration, bro.
I got it though. Like that's dope. Because I've been looking
at what hydroponics looks like. For the people that don't know what that looks like, you need an illustration for that.
Well, I mean, yeah, but if you just imagine like PVC pipes connected, and you get plants coming out of them at certain distances apart, and then you have a different row that sticks out a little bit more, and then I could see it in my head. It's like shelves above a fish tank.
I'm gonna pull it up for you right now and show you, because
there's pictures.
Don't do it yet. Let me finish doing this, because I gotta give you guys a warning.
Okay.
And this is a very poignant warning that you need to hear. If you were to ever get your hands on any meals ready to eat, and there are various kinds of them. You can see just a small amount of the differentiate. I mean, there's just so many of them. Do not, and I repeat, do not, no matter what you do, if there is a piece of cheese in that motherfucker, if there's a piece of cheese of any kind, I don't care if it's powder, a stick, I don't care what, if it's a piece of cheese in that motherfucker, do not eat it. Throw that motherfucker I don't give a fuck if you starving. Don't eat that motherfucker at all. I'm just telling you that right now. I got my reasons for telling you that, and you can imagine what that is. You can imagine exactly what that is.
Is this a lactose intolerance thing?
Dog, do not eat that fucking cheese, man. This is what's going to happen.
Toilet explosion.
This is what's going to happen. That cheese will mess you up. I need somebody that's experienced an MRE piece of cheese of any kind to back that up, because that shit will fuck you up. That is not good. That kind of processed cheese is very condensed, man.
Nice visual, nice thoughts.
But yeah, this is an MRE. Any last thoughts about that before we move to one last thing before we
get my thoughts is I want nothing to do with it. I want to dodge it like the plague. I've been looking at, just funny we got onto the other side version of this conversation. I've been looking at setting up maybe a little hydroponic rig to do some cool stuff, so I can grow some fruits and vegetables and not marijuana. Would you believe that? It's just crazy. My whole life I would have been using it for the opposite reason, but now I'm old. and I want to eat food out of it. Ridiculous.
See, that's why he got the name Red Baron, because the scroll said you can eat anything with the right seasoning. Asked Jeffrey Dahmer.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, and to who is that? Crimson. To go along with the MRE talk, I don't see in the picture, but Nomad had it in his go bag picture last week or the week before of a straw that has a built-in filter.
Yeah.
But Crimson is saying you can also use any solid, non-dirt substrate, pump the water through the bucket filled with stones. It's pretty easy once you know how it works. And you go stone, sand, and charcoal. You can make your own charcoal if necessary. But yeah, if you need to filter something, you get a sock.
For the water filtration you're talking about.
Yeah,
okay, I can dig it.
We got to do a whole segment for that, man. You guys are onto some shit. You start talking about hydroponics, now you end up start talking about water filtration.
Well, it's kind of
water filtration is a requirement of the hydroponics, right?
Yeah, that's part of it, though.
You want to filter that.
We got to get some illustration of that so people can actually get their eyes on exactly what you guys.
Put a picture up, guys. Because
before you do all that, no, let me keep doing this.
You still on this?
Let me do this because the next thing we need to talk about is this is a little bit lighter, but this is my favorite time of year because I got this kind of spirit to me. But let me just say this. This is personally one of my favorite times of the year because of my childhood, probably. But I love October, man, and scary season, man. I love scary movies. I love this. It just does something to me, man. It's something about my childhood. But I want to start this off by asking you guys a personal question. Have you ever? It's almost weird to be asking you guys this, but you never know how many people have you ever been to a haunted house?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you? I don't know. Maybe I'm weird, man, but it did something to me as a kid.
What did it do to you?
What did it do?
That was a multiple word.
I'm a very creative person. I'm a creative person with an active imagination, and stuff like this is really good for me because it just tickles my thoughts just go crazy. It's not real, right? And if you start off with that mindset, none of this stuff will do anything for you. But it's as a child, this was so much fun to me, man. This stuff was so much freaking fun to me. I just wanted to know if any one of you guys ever really experienced that as a child.
As a child, like I'm trying to think if there was anything I was actually like afraid of ever. Like up to now, I don't think there's really been anything that I was like, damn, that's scary. Like, like startling. Yeah. So I've been to a couple of cool haunted houses. Was I startled in them? Yeah, I was startled. I was startled on something we have here in my city, and it's pretty cool. They have a haunted, what is it now? It's a haunted horse ride. It's like a horse. You're in like a cart, for lack of a better thing to call it. I don't know what to call it. But you go around this farm, and they set it up pretty. They set it up pretty well, and it is startling. Things jump out at you, and you might go, something jumped out at me. But like scared? Nope. I don't get scared.
I don't think it's about being scared. I think it's about being startled. Number one, it's about being it's the unknown and the unexpected that I think really for most people that's what it is. I could speak for myself.
Haunted hayride. Thanks, brother. Like that's what it is.
If you ever go to Disney World and go to the Haunted Mansion or something like that, as a child, I got lucky enough And most people that I grew up with ain't had a chance to be outside of this area, let alone all the way down in Florida, Orlando, Florida, to go experience that. I got lucky enough to go experience that as a child. And that was everything, man. Seeing that kind of stuff, it just does. Horror is a whole culture for people. It might not be anything for you two guys, but for a lot of people in the world, this is a fun time of the year for them. Very fun. Just know that it's just a whole thing. It's a fucking thing, bro.
Oh yeah, I get it. Soccer's a thing, but I could give a shit. The football's a thing, but there's a whole mess of people that could give a shit. Halloween's a thing. I could give less than a shit.
Ooh.
As a child, I would like going trick-or-treating because I was a fatty and it was free candy. I mean, so when you're young, you got the mask with that elastic shit going around your head that popped like 10 minutes when you had it on. So you had to like hold the mask and trick-or-treat with one hand, and it all sucked until you graduated till you had to stand there for half hour to get your zombie or vampire makeup done. And it's like, yeah, and it's like, damn, I'm really tired. I still got to go trick-or-treating and shit. Damn. But then like the haunted houses, I grew up in funeral homes. My dad was an undertaker. So like the macabre and darkness and zombies.
About his funeral, as haunted as houses.
I mean, literally we Angela's funeral home over there on 83rd and Ashland. There's an upstairs apartment. And then downstairs there's funeral chapels. Then in the basement there's the morgue, the embalming room. And I would go on 3 a.m. body pickups, with my dad, because people, pass away at all hours and all places. So between the morgues and the nursing homes and hospitals, went there as a kid. So going to haunted houses, I could see that, well, these are just actors and, this stuff isn't real. And it's like, why am I here? I mean, so it just didn't make sense to me. It's like, ain't no kid. So I don't care.
I get it. I get it, Trips. You both of you guys have a very, very practical mind.
What ruined everything?
Pragmatic mind is real between you guys, man. But I'm just gonna tell you something. For the people who have not experienced the things that you've experienced, Trips, and the people that don't have that mind, this is a thing.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm not disparaging anybody. It's like, do your thing. It's like, it's just, I'll wait till after Halloween when the candy's on sale. But other than that, it's like, don't come knocking on my door. Don't, just do your thing over there. I ain't in it.
See, so Scrolls, that's what happened to me though, and I will explain it. The reason why I don't mess with like horror genre in general has a lot to do with my upbringing, which was nothing like the Addams Family story we just got from Triple R. But it was, so my upbringing is just that my stepmom had a video store early. So I got access to all of this. Is why, like back now, I'm like, oh, you ain't seen this movie, no man, you ain't seen this movie. I had access to all of the movies, period. Like from I'm gonna say 7 or 8 years old. So started watching some horror movies when I was very young and didn't find them very frightening. The first one, the ones that did scare me straight up, Halloween did scare me when I saw it the first time because I saw it again at a very young age. The next major horror film that I would have watched was the Freddy series and the Jason series. So the first 2 Jason movies I watched, Friday the 13th movies, I was like, this is stupid. How come they can't outrun this guy? He's not running.
Your mind is
like this guy just walking and he's catching these people, and he's killing them. They can't outrun this guy. This is
unaliving them, man. But
I'm sorry. We are talking horror. You got to, you know what I mean? Cut me some
let me talk to the horror people out here, man.
I'm sorry.
I want to say this to you, and as individuals, never. When I say never fucking ever, lose that little kid inside of you. Ever. Don't lose him. Find a way to feed that little kid inside you. If you still need to like horror and haunted houses and all these kind of things, never lose that small kid inside you. Ever.
Man, because my little kid does all kinds of other stuff. He just doesn't care about this. Like, you know what I mean? So we finally get to Nightmare on Elm Street, and that's the one again, the first. That's what I'm trying to say. It ruined the entire genre for me. Like the first couple of movies, I was a little bit scared. Then it got to, why can't they outrun these people, this guy? And then it moved to, this is hilarious. And the third version of this movie basically trained you, like, it's a great film. The Dream Master, Nightmare on Elm Street, Dream Master, basically trains you to be like, yeah, all this hard stuff is BS. You just need to be strong of mind and not really give in to Freddy Krueger, because he gonna come and unalive you.
Right.
He gonna come and unalive you in your dreams. Don't give in to
I'm glad Mayhem just dropped in here, man, because outside of Jaws, that's an actual physical. Jaws is an actual physical horror to me that I can't, to this day, I can't really get over.
I love that.
The Shining, to me, that movie is the epitome of horror.
Is it a horror movie or is it
it's a fucking horror movie?
Or is it a suspense thriller?
I thought it was more of a psychological kind of
psychological suspense.
There go y'all's pragmatism coming in, man. Y'all break shit down too much.
I mean, what makes it a horror movie? Just a scat man got an axe to the chest?
Dog, look at the storyline. You got the storyline. Look how the shit sets up. You're talking about a guy that just walked into a place that really was abandoned forever and ever and ever, and he walks into this place with his family. So it says in the whole script, Stephen King is a fucking genius when it comes to this. A fucking genius. This whole script, the storyline, he's talking to people that wasn't there. He's interacting with people that weren't there. And it is amazing. I've seen that movie probably 50 times by now. And it still does the same thing to me it did to me as a child.
Yeah, I like The Shine. I think it's actually really good movie. I don't find it frightening. I just find I find it I love suspense, like suspense thriller or psychological thriller now. Like that's where things go. That's where things take a direct right turn for me. That's cool stuff. Like Saw. Like some people go, oh, that's a horror movie. I don't call it a horror movie. It's a suspense thriller, and it's friggin' really good. I would put The Shining in that same genre. If you ask me, again, very good film. Like what else is like suspense thriller along those lines? Just trying to think.
Anything that doesn't have an actual monster.
You know what I mean?
If it doesn't have a monster or, like whatever, name the monster. But I saw Shining more of as a guy, that lost his shit in his head.
Yeah.
And, he unalived some people. And then he froze to death out in the backyard.
And
that's not really a horror movie. That lost his faith.
That's a very vague way of telling the whole goddamn story. It's very vague, just so you know.
Well, he had hallucinations.
And here's a very underrated aspect of how that shit played out in that movie. The fucking score. That means the sounds, the music, everything that comes with it. Everything you just saw in those intros, I made all of that. And some of that energy comes from watching all of those movies, knowing what the shit should sound like, and just being able to put something on there that people will relate to. It's the sound effects in each one of those scenes. If you go back and look at that movie, say Tomorrow, Trips of Kids, pay attention to the moments, the scenes, when those sounds, that music, I am telling you, that shit was brilliant, bro.
Red
Rom.
Rom.
Here's Johnny.
red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Man, so, all right. But before you guys got anything else on this? Go ahead, man. Any horror stuff? Go right ahead before I finish this up.
Well, yeah, that's why I just didn't see it as horror. That's someone who had a mental break in a possibly possessed location. Whereas like the Omen, he was like literal son of Satan.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah, that
like
one's a little bit.
saying,
Whoa.
Jaws.
That was a little bit crazy.
Like if you
I gotta
watch
read it.
Jaws, like they had a showing of Jaws at a lake at night with everyone watching from
wow, I
interviews.
wish I'd have knew about that shit. I wish I'd have knew about that shit, Scroll. Oh my
People
god!
swimming around playing with your feet under the water.
Oh man, that would have been one for real. That would have been one for real. I would have been on that shit.
Right?
But hey, look, Halloween is you're gonna get this shit all month long. I'm gonna keep bringing it. Just know that's my vibe. I love it. It's just my childhood come to life in a month, and I'm gonna bring it every single week when it comes to this.
What would your go-to candy, Nomad?
Halloween candy?
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't think it was no Halloween candy that was a go-to for me.
I mean, what was your favorite? Like you got that, you knew you was doing it.
Snickers.
Liquor.
Yeah. That was it.
Okay.
That was
Full size or like baby size back there?
Whatever you can get. I love the taffy apples, man. Love those when you can get those, and once it got to a point where you couldn't even get those because people would be like,
razor blades or putting stuff in them.
What's wrong with people, man? People just
people are sick. They're people
wrong all over North America.
Because I remember when we could just eat our Halloween candy. Then it became a thing. Check the bag, for unopened or open pieces, or
on the flippity there. Thank God for that, because that basically allowed me to scam my children out of all levels of Halloween candy during their younger years. So shout out to my kids, and thanks for the Halloween candy. Do you guys have Macintosh? I guess it's like taffy or caramel.
Oh, that's
taffy apples.
Yeah, you talking about taffy or taffy apples?
No, it's an
apple dipped in taffy, rolled in nuts.
No,
this
might be a straight up.
You ain't talking about saltwater taffy or air taffy, are you?
It's like saltwater taffy. Macintosh, is it caramel?
Because this time of year, harvest is when you get the taffy apples. And in school, we would sell them as like a fundraiser. You get a dozen. It's nice big green or red apples rolled or dipped in the caramel and then rolled in the nuts.
Trips. One year, I went. Me and my homeboys, all my little cousins came with me, and this lady made some fucking great taffy, literally great taffy, Laffy Taffy. I don't know how she did it, and wrapped that shit around apples and put some salty nuts on it. Them bitches was so
who's nuts.
Man, that shit was so good. Just imagine great taffy if you like
this stuff.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Dog, this shit was so fucking good.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
So this is the Macintosh. It's toffee. It's actually it's toffee.
Toffee. Yeah, that's different.
Let me finish this up now. Your Macintosh. You can show me that at the end. But
all right.
just to finish this up, I want to know, man. Have you guys thought about any kind of Halloween drinks? Because this
Halloween drinks.
Kids, you got the great narrator voice. I can't say that last word. Liqueur. How do you say that? Liqueur.
Like core.
That's a witch's brew, man. Tell
it's
them
a
what
liqueur.
It is,
it's a liqueur. So Midori, Midori, a Japanese liqueur, Cointreau, orange liqueur, lemon juice, shaved ice, vodka, or gin. This sounds like something I would drink, but like even then, I've never really had like a Halloween drink, which is odd.
I don't know what those first two things are for nothing. I know it's some
I've
kind
never
of.
had. I've never. Okay, so I've had Cointreau.
It looks
orange,
it looks
orange
kind of
red.
English or Canadian or something. I don't know what that is.
So Cointreau is it's French. I wouldn't necessarily call it Canadian. I'm not sure if it's from Quebec, French. I think it's from France. But I've had it. I've had it here in Canada. I've never had Midoriya Japanese liqueur though. I've never had that. I don't know what that is.
Does it look appetizing to you?
It's so basically if you put lemon juice in just about anything, I'll drink it.
What do you think, Trips, man? This looks like a move, man. You know, I like to do.
I can't fuck with vodka or gin no more.
Oh no,
it's seasonal.
Because I literally when I imbibe any kind of a drink, not over imbibe or have a couple, but like if I was to drink that, whatever vodka or gin is in it is gonna make me puke up that vodka or gin later. I mean, my body just does not process it, digest it, give it a name. But I can't fuck with it no more.
Hey, real quick note for everybody listening. This is just for you, Frank. Just because you said it, lemon juice with tequila is awesome. My girlfriend has a girlfriend at work that told her that squirt, the soda squirt, squirt is mixed with shaved ice and crushed ice or crushed ice with any kind of with Patron is the shit. And that I cannot wait to try. I love Patron. I love it. And I can't wait to try that. I like squirt as a soda. That's like it's like Country Time lemonade and fucking Mountain Dew had a baby or something.
Yeah, that's
come on.
But I mean, that's
a great drop. I gotta record that.
Pause. Yeah, but that's the tequila. Like when you take a shot of tequila in the bar, you get a slice of lime, then a little salt. Your training wheels. But that the acidity of any lemon or any kind of lime with tequila is a good mixture.
Yeah. Right. I'm not like I'm starting to become more of a tequila guy. I've had some like to be frank, guys. Like
sunrise, that's delicious.
I've had.
All I know is that witch up there better not laying that broom. I know something.
Have you now tequila sunrise? Yeah, I can mess with that.
I've had some bad tequila experiences, y'all. I'm just
that's what I'm speaking to, kids. You just had bad experiences with it, but there are some good ones to be had if you give it a chance.
Well, I mean, how many of those could you drink though before enough is enough? Like two?
Depends on how much vodka you put in it or gin.
Well, it was like typically a shot.
Nah, ain't nobody doing no single shot.
Oh, we'll see.
I ain't drinking just to be taste shit because the shit tastes good. I want it to have some impact. Fuck all that. It's a sexy looking drink. I would definitely drink this. And the reality of it, if you have that shit served to you at a bar with somebody, what do they call a bartender that knows how to serve? They call them mixologists and shit. The mixologists know how to make this shit, pour it in your glass, and have actual smoke and fog coming out of that glass. I've had these kinds of experiences, and these are some really tasty ass drinks, man. You want to see another one?
So I don't trust a drink if it's got fog coming out of it. I'll just
one last one.
The witch's brew.
I feel like that's a no-no.
Vampire's Kiss cocktail. Ingredients are vodka, Chambord raspberry liqueur, lemon juice, grenadine, and dry ice. Ice will make it fog up.
I would switch the Chambord for sourpuss, raspberry sourpuss, and it would probably kick ass. Ricky, what it do, Ricky?
He is
the liquor. Yo, that's like that's a quote. That's a Jim Leahy quote for Ricky Leahy, man.
I'm with everything. Liqueur, close enough. I'm with everything in this drink because I up to the Chambord raspberry liqueur. I know everything in this thing. I've had the grenadine. I hope everybody had grenadine and something, but everything in this, but the Chambord, I'm familiar with. I'm with it.
Grenadine's kind of nasty. That's just me. I'm not a fan.
No.
Very sweet, very cherry.
I can get you. I'll make you an absolute mixture of grenadine and orange juice that'll mess you up, man.
All right.
In a good way. In a good way.
All right. I'm just not. I've never been a fan of grenadine, but if like I'm saying, if I mix this with some sourpuss, I think this will work out just fine. My drinking days are behind me. Crimson says, yeah. And now we're talking.
We'll go with Richard LaFleur. You know, it's not Jack and Coke, it's Jim and RC.
Jim and RC. Oh shit. Ooh.
Yeah.
So you got it to the people that ain't from the area don't know what RC Cola is.
What are you talking about?
Come on.
I'm telling you,
You
man.
in Canada, motherfucker. You in the region.
I'm in the region. Okay.
With that leader RC, come on.
I'm just letting y'all know. RC was a big thing here. I don't see it no more though. I don't think they have it. I'd have to look around.
It definitely lives in Chicago. If it don't live nowhere else, it lives here.
Yeah, it's still here.
That's crazy.
So is Tahitian treat. You know,
yo, we got that though. You got that
2 liter, 99-cent 2 liter.
Wow. To me, that's. I'm sorry. For me, that's
ghetto juice,
bro.
It's ghetto juice.
For me, that's what. I'm just saying because we Tahitian treat, RC Cola, and Canada Dry is like Ontario, man. You know what I mean? That's like you find that anywhere in Ontario. But over the last 10 years or so, I haven't been seeing RC Cola as frequently, man. I think it's gone.
Well, what is Crimson saying? RC makes knee-high the best grape soda. Shit, knee-high orange, knee-high strawberry, all of those fruity knee-high.
We don't have that here. We don't have that at all. I never heard.
Knee-high does make a right there with Crush and my
orange Crush. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about grape Crush.
Oh, okay.
It's right there with it, and I might give knee-high. You might be right, Crimson. Actually, I have never even thought about that, but you might be fucking right. Fucking knee-high, it might be a better grape soda. That might be a better quality. I like grape drink. Anything grape, I like it.
I've grown out of it, gentlemen. Just grown out of it. All of them flavors of Crush, again, were fantastic. But I don't do it anymore. No more purple drink.
But I will give you this, Nomad. The Halloween season means one thing to me. Frankenberry. Count Chocula.
Oh, now we did cereal before. Now we got to do it again, huh?
Well, but it's Halloween cereal.
Yeah, they
so I can get Halloweeny with you as long as I got my big ass bowl of Frankenberry.
Hey, Cloud Chasers Radio. He talking to me. He said, "Nah, ain't no might be. He on point talking about knee-high has the best grape drink, grape pop." Hey, he probably right, man. But all right. Any last thoughts about this? This is definitely something I can get into. I'm not that big of a white liquor fan, but when I do it, it typically goes down these.
I've had some shine, man. It's not a good. It was not a good night, dog.
Man, look, I got real
bad night, dog.
Yeah. Well, real quick before we go, I was at Buddy's house, and his dad was from the South, like Mississippi or some shit. He told me I should remember. He's gone on now, rest in peace. But I was hazy. But he had all of these different flavors of moonshine that he made. And he explained how he made it was with the sugar, the mash, one of them, I don't remember. But it was infused with like strawberry, apricot, peach. So all of these different fruits. And so he was like, "You want to taste it?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." And so I'm tasting shot glasses worth of moonshine. And I remember tasting about 4 or 5 of them, and then the night gets hazy from there.
Yeah, I bet you did. The last one I ever tasted, Trips, was an apple pie mix. It was an apple pie mix, and it had in the apple pie some kind of cinnamon. It had a cinnamon stick in the jug. I'm telling you right now. I brought it to my aunt. I had a couple sips off of it, and I put that bitch down. And I brought it to my aunt because she had pneumonia, and she had fluid in her lungs. And that's my favorite aunt. I found out about it. I had somebody that was coming from Atlanta, coming back to Chicago, and I sent that fucking thing to her. And she still got the rest of it to this day. And that was almost 7-8 years ago. And she won't let it go, but because that cleared her lungs out.
I bet you she just rubbed it on her chest.
Yeah, right. It's fuck all
No,
right
you
now.
didn't drink it at all.
Still trifling ass up. Nah, that was a real serious moment, man.
Yeah,
But
that's some potent stuff right there. You know,
Yeah.
it's tasty, but too much of it is not a good thing.
oh yeah, it
And
messed up.
it's a lot stronger than you think proof wise. Also,
Oh, you take a couple of shots of that, and you may wind up in a ditch.
All
So
right. By the way, man, we need to get ready to close this show out because here comes my girlfriend. That means it's time to go. And so let me just do this before we get ready. Let me do this before we get ready to get out of here, man. Because it's the right thing to do. Happy Halloween month to all you horror people and the horror fans that love that genre. I love y'all too, man. Smooches, but not so much. Let's pass it on to Canada, man, on the bounce pass and see what he does with it. So we can get ready. Yeah.
Look, we're shutting it down. It's Wednesday night. We'll be back for a little bit, I think, on Sunday night, it sounds like, and then we do the darn thing in full go. Bearing the F down on Monday for the redemption song. Tariq Stevenson versus the Washington Commanders. That's how we like it, and I'll leave it there. We'll give a little bit of love to the folks out there in the chat, but before I do, again, the triple stream dream is going strong. Jump over at Keds the Canuck, give Keds this guy a little bit of love, give Nomad a little bit of love, a little bit of like, share, subscribe, as well as my guy underneath me, Sports Chicago Style Triple R. Give him a little bit of love, like, share, subscribe, and help promote the channel. Look at baby Keds.
Gotta get those baby Keds service with his 6 piggies.
You don't count his toes. He has the right amount of toes. This is the Jedi mind trick.
Hey, keep talking. I'll be right back, fellas.
All right. So yes, the baby Keds has the right amount of toes, y'all. Since we're looking at things along these lines, we should probably also look at this. By all means, become a Super No Maniac, whether that is at the No Maniac tier or the Super No Maniac tier. Become a member, scan the QR code, grab your phone, light things up. It'll take you right to where you need to be to become a member of the channel and support these 3 idiots that you generally tune into on a regular basis. Outside of that, give a little bit of love to you guys in the chat so we can get the F out of D. Starting with our guy, Ricky Leahy, Richard LaFleur, who's in the building here. Thank you for coming through. Richard Long for holding it down with us as well. Cloud Chasers Radio. He's a Super No Maniac. You should also be as well. Jason Jones jumped in to talk a little Mark Sancheesi. Butt fumble ruined his life to a degree that we probably could not have predicted many moons ago. Frank Murdoch's holding it down. What else we got? Mr. Mayhem, AC Adam, both y'all out there with us. Thank you for joining us. It's Crimson all the way through the episode. We're doing magical things behind the scenes, and we'll show you guys what they look like sooner than later. The Scrolls holding it down. The good minister Charles Johnson, Lewis Joyce, from beginning of the day to the end of the day. C Spags is with us. My guy, Norin Rad. I was going to ask you, Norin, do you have boobs or no? I'll leave that with you until next week. You can let me know. Archangel Garrus Valkyrian, shout out to you. Shout out to my guy Kwatu as always, and Beldar Conehead. Good to have both you guys rolling with.
Richard Long said we closed the bar down. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah, it ain't. How's the song go? It's closing time. You don't have to go home.
You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here.
You got to get the hell up out of here. Who else we got?
Nanu.
Pig Vomit held it down with us tonight as well. Hey, Ricky Leahy, are you out east, Ricky? Are you out east? Let me know, man.
I love to hang out with Ricky. For real.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Next time I'm out east, I will definitely come check you out. We will find a ditch to fall into together because there's some good screech out there, brah. We have to get screeched in. Hey,
I love to hang out with him.
trust me, man. The screech is that real Jamaican rum that the East Coasters say is their rum, but it's really from my small island. Big ups to Paul Martin, Paul Rodriguez, Joseph Archer, BT9, Melon Smasher for just uncorking in the chat. Good Lord, Melon Smasher. You don't like Caleb Williams. We get it. White Ghost, Zilla 007. Who else am I missing? ATF was with us tonight. I could probably go on a little bit longer here, but I will not. I will call it a day. And MC Fact, I'll call it a day here, y'all. Thanks for joining. Thanks for supporting the show. And by all means, become a no maniac, and or super no maniac, and support us that much more. We could use your help. Oh, big shout outs to Ron C as well. Thanks, y'all. Trips.
Big up to all the no maniacs, all the super no maniacs enjoying the variety of conversation besides Chicago Bears talk here on Extra Sauce. And make sure you show some love to all of those crazy characters and content creators at Sports Chicago Style, like Chef Trips at Chef Trips. You can find that channel on YouTube at Trip Kundo and at Sports Chicago Style. Shout out to Chef Trips, Coach Tripping, and the adorable Trip himself. It's a family affair, and you all are part of the family. As big news, as of a few days ago, we passed 100 subs at Sports Chicago Style since the last time we were together. I believe we were at that mark. Now we're coming up to like 110.
So you got 104 last time we was on.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who has subscribed, and I hope you do enjoy the content. And for those who haven't, please consider doing so. Go over there, check it out. You like what you see, go and hit that little subscribe button. It don't cost you nothing. It don't cost you a damn thing. Not one at all. And it'll be much appreciated.
By the way, Crimson, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We would love to meet up. And yeah, for sure. We will do that. I will be in contact with you. I'll email you and we'll set a time, and hopefully I can get these two guys with me. We can come in there and
let's try and do it on Sunday if we can, maybe if not before that, but if we should have some extra time before the show on Sunday to chop it up. So I know I'll be around.
I'm looking forward to it, Crimson. I hear good things. I have not looked because I'm a horror person. I like to be surprised. So I just want all of it to pop out at me at one time. So whatever you did, I just want to be surprised by it. And I thank you in advance. He said Sunday is doable. We'll do that then. Is that okay with you guys?
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All I want to say is this, man. The design of this show is to have a good time talking about Bears and everything we talked about today. We went to some places that I'm sure nobody expected us to go to, but the engagement was so fulfilling from you all, man. And talking to these two cats on the screen, it was nice. It was just nice that we could have these conversations and everybody was into it. You know what I mean? To whatever degree everybody was into it, it's okay. It was nice to have these conversations and to have y'all come along for the ride. And as I think it was Richard Long that says, we closed the bar. That was the coolest thing in the world, man. So shout out to everybody. The Kez gave a shout out to Richard Long, Rick LaFleur. Let me think. Somebody I'm thinking of that hasn't been here in a while has been here the whole night. Help me out, Kez. He's been Lewis Joyce. Thank you. Shout out to Lewis Joyce. And thank you for being here tonight, man. That shit was cool. Thank you. And come as many times as you are able to. Make sure you jump in here because this show, to me, is special for reasons that we can always open up. My heart and my emotions want to go to these different places. I love having the Bears conversations, but to go to these different places and have conversations about it all is fun to me. It's absolutely fun to me. And I'm glad that y'all stuck with us to the duration. through it all, man. So I just say thank you one more time. And before we get out of here, I want to leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, you got to take that down, kids. We are out.